I'll give you a chance to get settled. Welcome. This is our June 9th, 2026 Broomfield City Council meeting. Information on how to watch, attend, and participate, as well as agendas, minutes, and recordings can be found on Broomfield's website at broomfield.org/council meetings. Public comment is welcome in person or through our call-in service. Instructions for calling are available on the council meetings webpage. Public comment will be limited to 90 minutes total per item. The first 1 through 15 participants in the queue have 3 minutes to speak. The next 16 through 25 have 2 minutes. And if time remains, the next 26 plus participants have 1 minute to speak. For our hard of hearing residents present, we have wireless headsets available in the back of the council chambers from our AV team. The City Council regular meeting is called to order. Mayor Pro Tem Lim and Councilmember Cohen are attending remotely. Councilmember Twist may join virtually later in the meeting, as well as Councilmember Brown. So there are 8 council members in attendance and a quorum of the council is present. We begin this meeting by acknowledging that we gather on the ancestral and unceded lands of the Arapaho, Cheyenne, Ute, and other Native peoples. Indigenous peoples have cared for this land for generations and continue to maintain deep cultural and spiritual ties to it. As the City and County of Broomfield, we recognize the responsibility to honor this legacy and the enduring presence of Native communities. May this acknowledgement inspire action that fosters greater understanding, truth, and respect for Indigenous peoples. Will everyone please rise and join me for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. In an effort to keep order for tonight's meeting, I ask council members to limit their comments to 5 minutes. If council members are given an opportunity to speak for a second time, they should limit their comments to 2 minutes. We will plan on a 10-minute break at approximately 8 p.m. We will begin with council's review and approval of this evening's agenda. Council may add or remove items from the consent agenda, or council may revise the order of business for the meeting. Does any member of the council have any questions or comments regarding this evening's agenda? Are there any objections to the agenda being approved? Seeing none, the agenda is approved. The only item under petitions and communications this evening is a presentation of the 2026 Great American Picnic and July 4th fireworks display. Will the staff representatives here this evening please come to the podium and introduce yourself and share your presentation?
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. My name is Jenny Morgan, Broomfield's Community Events Coordinator. We are entering into an exciting summer season. I'm here to invite you and all community members to 2 events tonight. First, our annual beer festival, Brouhaha, is this Saturday, June 13th, from 12 noon to 5 p.m. at Arista Park. You can start your day mindfully with our pre-event yoga at 10:30 a.m. Bring your own mat. At noon, you can grab a cold brew from a great lineup of local breweries. Hang out with us for the afternoon and enjoy delicious food trucks, live music, and lawn games. You can also look for fresh finds from local artisans and farmers market vendors. This community event is free and open to all ages with an age-verified wristband, which you can receive at the event gate. Second, come join us in about 3 weeks at the Great American Picnic and Fireworks on Saturday, July 4th at the Broomfield County Commons Park. Our July 4th event kicks off at 5 p.m., where you'll find many family-friendly activities like inflatables, Nerf games, face painting, live music, more food vendors, and 2 beer gardens hosted by the Broomfield Area Chamber. The main pavilion, championship field, and the Red Pod on the east side of the park will be fenced in to create a more family-friendly environment. We have added more entry and exit gates that will allow security to check bags for prohibited items. For those who don't want to go through any entry checkpoints, the Blue Pod on the west side of the park will be open and include a fenced-in beer garden and food vendors. The north side of the park, the yellow part, will be open for drop-in usage. And the bike parade will be returning with participants gathering at 5:30 p.m. The parade officially starts at 5:45 p.m. This year, though, the bike parade starts at the southwest corner of the Blue Pod by Sheridan Boulevard and will end near Championship Field. So we again would like to invite you, Mayor, to kick off the parade. Everyone is invited to join us. You can decorate a bike, a scooter, a stroller, any wheels. Join us along the route. Just don't forget to bring your helmet. Safety is again important to us. Staff will be monitoring weather conditions leading up to and during the event. We anticipate fireworks to launch around 9:15. Should there be any weather or safety concerns, we will delay up to 10:30 p.m. If fireworks are not launched by 10:30 p.m., we will cancel the show for this year. This event draws an average of 15,000 to 20,000 people. Accessible parking is available in the east parking lot. We do have an ADA accessible shuttle bus, which will be available from Legacy High School with our shuttle service. Shuttle service, again from Legacy High School, is available from 5 p.m. to 11 p.m. You can meet the shuttles at the gazebo on the west side of Legacy's parking lot. Finally, I would like to acknowledge and thank all the city departments and partners who make our events a great success. That's Parks, Recreation, Facilities, the Health Department, Communications, Streets, Police, North Metro Fire, and the Broomfield Area Chamber. There are many moving pieces to our community events, and we greatly appreciate the collaboration and support. So thank you, and I hope to see you all at our upcoming events.
Thank you so much for the invitation and all of the details. We do allow public comment on every agenda item, so if anybody would like to comment on this, you have an opportunity. Then I'll go to council questions or comments. Is everybody good on the events coming up? We're gonna hand out cookies at the 4th of July picnic if you're in town. Everybody loves these wonderful sugar cookies, like little flags from Enchanted Oven.
That's right, Enchanted Oven.
That. And I do accept your invitation to kick off the bike parade.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for, hope everybody else will come out and join us for these great events. So now we'll move on to council member reports. Does any member of the council have any reports or updates this evening? Anyone online? Mayor Pro Tem Lim.
We just had another great event, and I wanted to thank Open Space and Trails for sponsoring the Trails Kickoff last Saturday. I had the opportunity to walk with a longtime resident of Broomfield, and she wished that I would convey to all the departments who were present there with different booths and information that she really appreciated their efforts to be there. And she said she's been there many times, but she had never seen so many departments and booths represented. So thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Anyone else? Not seeing any. Well, as you all may have noticed, we've launched our comprehensive plan update public engagement opportunities. After a decade, we are going through the process to update the plan, and your input will define the goals and policies that will shape Broomfield's future. Whether you take a quick survey or participate in an in-depth community open house, your involvement ensures the final plans align with the values of those who call Broomfield home. Lead the way by sharing your perspective. We have our first open house planned on June 17th from 6 to 8 at the Aloft Hotel in Arista. There are many more planned throughout the couple of weeks. So you can go to broomfieldvoice.com, take the survey, and find out other ways to get engaged. Thank you. We'll now continue with general public comment. This is an opportunity for the public to comment on items other than those listed on the agenda. So if you have something you'd like to be heard on, please make your way to the podium, state your name and neighborhood for the record, and limit your comments to 3 minutes, please. Seeing none. Anyone online? All right, thanks, Jake. Next, under report, staff will provide the council with a water drought update. Council has a copy of the agenda memorandum, which I'll ask our staff to summarize.
Thank you, Mayor, and good evening, community and council. Making their way down to the podium is Mr. Ken Rutt, Director of Utilities, and Deputy Director Mark Laurie. Mr. Rutt, the floor is yours.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, Council, and managers in the community. I'm Ken Rutt, Utilities Director. Tonight, we're here with a two-part presentation. The first part on water drought update will be provided to you by Mark Laurie, and then I'll follow up with the introduction of some commercial tiers rates. So with that, I'll turn it over to Mark.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ken. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and members of council. Just a quick update on our drought situation, which we presented about a month ago. We can go to the next slide. So I wanted to give a quick recap just to level set and remind everybody where we are. Broomfield declared a drought watch on February 9th, pretty early. We thought that would help raise awareness before irrigation season in the spring really ramped up. So we did it pretty early. Reminder, I think everybody's aware, we had pretty much record-breaking low snowpack in both the South Platte and the Upper Colorado and pretty much all of Colorado. It was pretty dire out there. In late March, Denver Water declared stage 1 of their water shortage plan, which then curtailed Broomfield's deliveries by 20%. So we have a 20% cut for the rest of the year. They also instituted a surcharge both on their retail customers as well as on Broomfield. Northern Water, which manages the Colorado Big Thompson project, they set the quota every year, which determines how much water we get from that project. They set the quota at 80%, which is 10 percentage points above normal, really, or above what we count on. So that increases our supply by about 861 acre feet. So that's the potable water system for reuse. As we've communicated before, Great Western Reservoir, which is our primary tool for summer irrigation on the reuse system, that was full at the end of March, which it typically is. So that was good despite the dry conditions. We did report that one of our sources for reuse, Church Ditch, they were communicating throughout the spring that they didn't expect their water rates to come into priority. They did not expect to run the ditch and deliver any water. That actually changed, and they turned on, I think, about a month ago. They're not delivering a lot of water, but they are delivering a little bit of water, so we're able to get a little bit of extra water into Great Western Reservoir and use that for our irrigation. So we were here on May 7th, and we recommended staying in a drought watch. We had said that the potable drought index that we use to guide those decisions still showed that we had enough water to meet our expected water use, our expected demands for the year. There was a range based on how much water use that we projected, and that included us targeting the maximum allowable carryover of our CBT water into next year. So we're still kind of keeping that drought insurance policy for next year, even with just staying on a drought watch for this year. So where we landed on all that, what we communicated on May 7th is that our water supply is relatively certain and secure for the year despite the drought. But water use had been running very high in March and April. So we wanted to come back and perhaps update that potable drought index with new water use estimates if we felt like things were running a little too high. So let's go to the next slide. I always have a graph. I love graphs. Water supply is so quantitative that I feel like a picture speaks 1,000 words. So the blue dots on this graph, this shows demand by month. The black dotted line is 2024, which was our highest year ever. The red line is 2025. As you can see on the blue dots, which is water use so far this year, March and April were well above our highest ever. They were well above our 5-year average, our 10-year average. They were well above last year for sure. So we were a little nervous after March and April that maybe water use for the year was going to be much, much higher. People were going to be irrigating more because it was dry, because it was on their minds, whatever the case was. May was a little cooler and a little wetter, so we saw water use taper off a little bit. And really, with that happening, for us to actually see a higher total water use for the year, we would have to see water use being higher every month, especially in those shoulder months when it's kind of low. That's when the growth would happen over and above the summer use. We haven't added any people. We haven't added many people. We haven't added many businesses. So the summer peaks are going to be about what they usually are. It's really those shoulder months, spring and fall, that we would worry about. Next slide. So to sum up, really short, supply conditions have not changed. CBT and Denver Water are still the same as we communicated last month. With water use coming back down to average levels in May, our potable drought index remains the same as what we reported last month. So we're confident that our supply is enough to meet our expected use, and we are still targeting carrying that maximum allowable carryover of CBT water into next year for drought insurance. So we're recommending on the potable system remaining in drought watch. On the reuse system, to recap, we're starting to get some water from Church Ditch, about 60 acre feet of water. I think as of last week, I think we're still getting small amounts this week. We're about average on Great Western Reservoir for this time of year, so we're not too concerned on that. So we still remain confident on the reuse system that supply is sufficient to meet demand. And so both on potable and reuse, we recommend staying in drought watch. In terms of next steps, we're continuing our outreach and communication. So I've been We've been working with our colleagues in communications. They've got some messages that are ready to go out this week after this council meeting and after this update. And then just a series of messages that we planned at the beginning of the year where all of our conservation programs are couched in terms of drought and the need to voluntarily enhance water conservation this year. And then we'll continue to monitor conditions. Like I said, our supply is pretty secure and certain. Water use could change. I'm a little less worried about that now, given what we've seen, but we will certainly continue to monitor conditions and bring another update to you in July. Next slide. Do you want to do questions all at the end? Yeah. Okay. Okay. That's all I have on drought.
Thank you.
All right. On to the next topic. So let's go ahead and go on to the next slide. So a little background on what we're introducing to council tonight is that Broomfield over the years currently has a flat rate structure for our commercial and industrial customers and a tiered structure for our single family residents. And one of the major pieces of the Colorado Water Conservation Plans is that tier rate structure. And so what's motivating some of the changes for a tier structure for our industrial and commercial customer is first is the equitable rate structure for both businesses and homeowners to provide businesses with a financial incentive to conserve water and then to ensure infrastructure sustainability over the long term. Our key considerations were really looking at this and design the rates based on our analysis of past meter water use among our industrial and commercial sectors. It was also to minimize impact on their routine indoor water uses that are likely central to their business operations. And so what we were seeing in our evaluation was similar to single family homes. The highest usage was during the summer peak months. Next slide. And as we were looking at this, we took a investigation into what are the communities around us also doing. And as you can see on this chart, Broomfield has the flat rate fee at $3.70 per 1,000 gallons. And everybody pretty much has different levels of tiers other than Erie is also flat and so is Longmont. But although both of those are significantly higher than our flat rate. For example, like I said, ours is $3.70 per 1,000. Erie is $6.87 per 1,000. So not quite double. And then same thing for Longmont at $5.98. But you can see that there are several ones, particularly Westminster has two tiers at $9.15 and $11.21 per 1,000 gallons. So as we looked at what other communities are doing around us, we were evaluating our rate structure and how best that we can achieve water conservation throughout the community, not just on our single family homes. Next slide. And so what we're proposing that you'll see more as we get into the budget documentation in July, you'll see this a little bit more fully presented to you, but is that we're looking at 4 tiers for our customers. And if you look at the graph on my left, the winter averages was roughly about 35 units, 1,000-gallon units in the wintertime and 98,000-gallon units in the summertime. So you could see that drastic increase in the summer. Same thing with the total amount of usage, 462. Multiply that by 1,000 gallons versus 1,282 multiplied by 1,000 gallons. So significant difference between wintertime and summertime usage. So we looked at proposing 4 different tiers. Basically the tier 1 would be up to 40,000 gallons a month, which would be at our rate at $3.96. And then tier 2 would be going up to between 40,000 gallons a month to let's see, I didn't do my math today. Up to 150,000 gallon units would be tier 2, which would cover about 85% of our summer usage, but still limit the impact to our small businesses. And then tier 3 would still cover 99% of all water users, and it does go up to 1.5 million gallons a month is what that comes out to. And then we have a tier 4 for those heavy users, where currently there's only a little less than 1% of our top water users currently are in that ball frame, but that would provide us with additional incentive for large users of the system to try to conserve as much water as possible. Next slide. So that was kind of our brief introduction to what we're looking at as part of our, it's a multifaceted, analysis based not only on drought, water conservation, equity, and how do we proceed to ensure that our water supplies are sustainable and reliable throughout the future. And so with that, that's our presentation tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Rutt. That's what I call a no-brainer. But we will allow public comments on this item. If anyone would like to be heard, please make your way to the podium. State your name and neighborhood for the record and limit your comments to 3 minutes, please.
Thank you, Charles LaRue, Brandywine. Real quick question is in relation to, we're talking about water and drought use. We have I'm in Brandywine and we have, I'm not sure if they've got 20 or 30% that are tenant occupied versus resident occupied. Is there any consideration for having tiers different for residential use for landlord versus resident only? And that's a question I'd like to have
Thank you. Any other comments? Mr. Rutt, would you like to address that, please?
Thank you for the question. We appreciate the opportunity. Logistically, that would be very difficult because we don't know who is renting and who is the owner on a regular basis because of the rotating of the rental market. So that would be very difficult for us to maintain and staff consuming.
Makes sense. Thank you. All right, I'll go to council questions. Oh, Mr. Crothers? Sorry.
So, Bill Crothers, Northmore, Mayor, Council, City Manager. So I assume there's going to be some price increases coming with this. Is this in addition to what we've been going through already, the yearly increases, 7%, 10%, whatever? This is in addition to that then, right?
Mr. Rutt?
Again, thank you for the question. So basically, we have a 5-year financial plan that outlined projected rate increases, and we evaluate that annually. In 2027, we are projecting a 7% rate increase for all, I think, for water, wastewater, and stormwater, as well as reuse. So this is separate. This is a commercial one versus there's still the residential one.
Thank you. Any other public comments? All right, I'll go to my colleagues on council next. Does any member of council have any questions or comments on the update? Do you need direction, or you pretty much know we're going to go forward with this? Okay, good. All right, well then, Mayor Pro Tem Lim.
Yes, I had a resident write and ask about the enforcement process by staff after a resident files a violation report. And then further, what's that process? And then is there any way that staff is tracking if there's evidence that a watering behavior of that resident changes after that violation enforcement?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Lim, for the question. So when a resident submits one of those forms that's on our website, we get information that's automatically populated into a spreadsheet. The typical response is we don't issue a notice of violation unless a staff member has visually verified that there was a violation. We just don't feel like it would be fair to send an actual violation just based on a report from another resident. So we feel like staff needs to visually verify the violation. If there is a violation, they're watering in a day they shouldn't, they're watering between 10 a.m., 6 p.m., so on, that we will actually send them a notice of violation. If staff is not able to visually verify a violation, we'll send them a postcard. That's just sort of a friendly, hey, did you know that we're in a drought watch and we have these rules? We do not, just because of limited staff time, especially with the drought, we're extremely busy and we're a little bit short-staffed at the moment. We do not follow up and try to track with each of these addresses whether behavior has changed. We will sometimes get repeated forms from residents if they feel like there's a repeat offender or someone who hasn't changed their behavior, and we'll do our best to reach the person who submitted the form or the residents that's potentially violating the ordinance. Yeah, so that's kind of where we have it now. We've gotten 200 of these so far this year? No? Okay. Only 100. So 100 reports so far this year, thereabouts. We got something like 60 or 80 last year, and we do try to follow up on every one of them, so it's time consuming. The only other thing that I will say that we're doing is we ask staff who are already out in the field on a daily basis, our water utilities who are out, working on the distribution or collection systems on a daily basis, to keep their eyes peeled. And if they see a violation that they suspect, they can also take a picture and share it with the water resources team for follow-up. So that's another way we can try to track these things. So I hope that answers your question.
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? Councilmember Delgadillo.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple. First, do we have any sort of insight as to what businesses might be most impacted, and are we planning any special outreach to those businesses?
Are you speaking about the ones with the top tier?
Yes, that's what I'm speaking to.
Obviously, I can't tell you publicly who they are, but they are, well, the one business I can tell you had a revenue of over $2 billion. That is one of them. So we are working, we will have an outreach to those, all of the businesses as we work through this and let them know what's going on. We have reviewed this with the Flow Committee, and they're well aware of it and actually support it. 7-0, they supported that. So we'll be working on a outreach program also with the community, with the industrial and commercial users.
Okay, great to hear. And then do we anticipate similar increases that we've seen with our residential rate increases? So we have that 5-year plan. Does that also apply to these increases for each of the tiers as well? We're expecting a 7% increase this year.
We're working with our finance department to evaluate what the future after this year looks like. We're anticipating that will be part of the ongoing financial planning of our water utility rates. And as we're coming up at the end of that 5-year, we'll be working on the next plan or strategic plan as we go out, and we have identified the additional costs that are needed to support our water system.
Okay, that sounds good. I look forward to seeing that. I think that, right, ask for what you need. I know you always do that, but make sure to ask for what you need. We want to make sure that we don't end up in the situation where we have that sudden increase for residential rates. And so we're just increasing things as we need to gently over time. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else on council? Not seeing any. Well, thank you for joining us this evening for this update, and we'll see you next time. Thank you, Mr. Laurie, Mr. Rutt. All right, next under reports, representatives from the Joint Service Rail Partnership and Front Range Passenger Rail will provide the council with a presentation. We have with us this evening Brandon Schaefer, State of Colorado Special Advisor, Transit and Passenger Rail, and Sal Pace, Front Range Passenger Rail General Manager, and other folks. I don't have your names. Will you please come to the podium, you dare, and provide us with your presentation?
Right.
Good evening, Council. Thank you, Mayor, for having us this evening. My name is Brandon Schaefer. Good to be with you all this evening. A few new faces here as well to learn about joint service. But really, the last time we were here was September of last year, before just a month of negotiations and before the state announced a term sheet with BNSF to commence starter rail, passenger rail here in Broomfield and the Northern Front Range, which is really, really exciting. This evening, I'm going to just walk you all through a brief summary of station development for this project. What we are trying to do is support the negotiation team led by Lisa Kaufman, RTD's GM and CEO Deborah Johnson, and FRPR's GM Sal Pace as they negotiate with BNSF to really start wrapping those negotiations up. And what we are asking tonight from council is just to approve the milepost or give a guidance to staff to work with us to insert that milepost into the access agreement so that Broomfield does get service by 2029. The other secondary ask of the joint service project specifically is that in our budgeting for this project so far, if costs were to exceed the costs outside of the right-of-way, we would just work collaboratively with the city and county of Broomfield to just identify solutions to fill any funding gap that may pop up, but that is not a guarantee right now. So just one is a milepost from this body, and then two is just an ask to collaborate later on in the year with you all to identify an IGA or a simple IAA just to work with the city and county if costs were to exceed the dollar amount outside of the right-of-way later on. So with that, I'll go to the next slide. These are the agreed upon characteristics of service that we have with BNSF. This was in our presentation in April of this year to the corridor when we announced the term sheet, but the schedule that we have is the same 7 days a week. We did try to get a weekend schedule, but at BNSF's suggestion, that would just increase more capital projects that were unneeded and infrastructure needs. So we have the same schedule 7 days a week. The maximum speed of this train, although it's not going to be going through Broomfield at this speed, is 79 miles per hour. The average speed is probably much lower than this. And then looking at 3 daily round trips to start with as well. All of the platforms, and this is really big, and this is the key characteristic of this project, is that BNSF has allowed us to insert platforms off of their main line, which means that we don't need to build passenger-only sidings for the first 3 daily round trips, really saving us money and not having to go to voters to actually get any sales tax for the first 3 round trips of this project. The route is just going to take RTD's B line, which already exists from Denver Union Station to Westminster at 72nd Station. And then at that station, it's going to transfer onto BNSF's Front Range sub. I just want to make a clarification here that we're not having customers get off of a train and get onto another one. It's just the end of the line for RTD, and BNSF's line starts right there at Westminster 72nd. So we would just build a tie-in to connect into that. We are looking at 8 different station stops here on your right-hand side of the screen from Denver Union Station, 1 in Westminster, 1 in Broomfield, 1 in Louisville, and then 1 in Boulder, Longmont, Loveland, and Fort Collins. The equipment was also a suggestion of BNSF. We started with a higher amount of equipment needed, and they suggested that for this frequency of round trip that we just needed 1 train set and 1 spare to have ready on the side as well. There are going to be no passenger train meets on this. Looking at the RTC modeling of when there are passenger trains running, there are none today, except for on the B line. And then also this term sheet also contemplates in the access agreement a 25-year commitment for this project. On to the next slide. What are the different costs that we know as of today? I think there have been a different version of this slide presented to Broomfield City Council before, but really the region has been grounded in at least one study from RTD, the peak service, that looked at what it would cost for them to go this alone for 3 daily round trips of their own, 3 in, 3 out. And they estimated this to be around $650 million if they were to do it alone by themselves. The annual O&M for their service was estimated to be between 12 and 16 million. After Senate Bill 184 passed and the state began its own process for joint service or delivering passenger rail, we did our own study that estimated this to be around $885 million with about $32 million in estimated operations and maintenance. These were really well-researched studies. Peak service feasibility, I think it was a 4-year study that really involved numerous stakeholders. And then the state led our own study to look at the feasibility of using the rental car fee and the oil and gas fee to commence 3 or 5 daily round trips. And we had more confidence to start with 3 with the revenue that we had at the time. Once we started negotiating with BNSF and BNSF sat at the table with us with the schedule that we wanted, with the station stops that we also wanted, the cost really came in at a much smaller number here at $333 million, which is the estimated cost for this. And then inclusive of the O&M is around $25 to $35 million. This includes the payment made to BNSF once a year, and then the remainder of this would be assumed for Amtrak cost, which also assumes our insurance and leasing train sets, which you can do. Next slide, please. This is just our timeline to kind of walk you all through where we've been at in just a very short timeline. I think it's just been 2 years now since 184 and 230 were signed into law by Governor Polis. And then really in June of last year, all of the governing boards from CDOT, which is the Transportation Commission, CTIO, the Clean Transit Enterprise, the RTD Board, and the Front Range Passenger Rail Board adopted the IGA to at least form the negotiation team. And that was done unanimously last year by all of the boards. And then shortly thereafter, BNSF has flown to Denver in August of 25, and then also in October again to negotiate with Lisa Kaufman, General Manager Johnson, and GM Pace as well. Where we're at now is we've briefed all of the governing boards on the term sheet details in February, and then all of the boards really adopted the term sheet and appropriated the first dollars to do the design costs and preliminary engineering needed to bring this project to fruition. This is the RTD also voted 14-1 at the end of April to spend $5.58 million out of FISA, which is the Fast Track's internal savings account that Broomfield RTD sales tax goes towards. And they authorized that funds not only to negotiate with BNSF on the PE work and all of the work needed to support those capital projects, but also go into a contract with an A&E firm to help us do station design and really get this project to as close to 90% design by the end of this year. What we're looking at now, between now and the end of this year, is one, wrapping up the negotiations with BNSF for the access agreement. And then by the end of this year, also trying to get to a 90% design level within the RTD boundary. That way we can actually take the numbers and put it into their budget and have a notice to proceed in early 2027 so that the project is on time and we can start in 2029. Next slide, please. When it comes to station development, and I think this is the one that will bring the most interest for council this evening, is that when we've looked at the capital projects needed to support joint service, for all of the station designs, we have baked into the line item for all of the stations from Denver to Fort Collins, the work needed to have the lowest cost option or a minimal viable product at the platform for joint service. And so what you see here is that the project has taken into account canopies and windscreens for those who are riding, basic wayfinding signage, emergency call boxes, ADA access to and from the platforms, all of the basics that you would see at an existing station today. The supplemental investments below, and this really depends on the municipality along the alignment. We've also assumed for some municipalities the cost for parking, for any road extensions or modifications, and then also for any property identification that would be needed to support putting a platform in a municipality as well. Next slide, please. This slide here is just what this does for you all. We put 116th Avenue at the top just to make sure that this was clear. And what we've said to the planning team here in Broomfield is that if this project proceeds at the end of this year and we actually go into construction, all of those costs are assumed in the project budget. And again, the financial contributors to this are RTD, CTIO, and the state. And so it's already baked in here that the project would pay for all of these investments for the city and county of Broomfield. Where we would provide supplemental investments for Broomfield is one, parking. It could be contemplated for an ADA parking lot right next to the train station at 116th, and then also potentially any property identification and any leases that may be needed to also put the platform and or the parking lot at our location. And so we've kind of budgeted that into the cost for Broomfield here. And so right now at this time, joint service doesn't anticipate coming to council and asking you all to look at your budget and open up the coffers to support any of this. This is all assumed in your baseline project cost for us today. If we were to exceed the cost for parking and exceed the cost for any property that may be needed, that's when we would want to work collaboratively and work to be solutions oriented with the city and county of Broomfield to say the delta that comes out of that is where we would want to work with you all to find any revenue that we could put towards that. if we even get to that point. So that's what we have here for you all this evening for joint service and the station design and what we're looking at right now for project assumptions. But Sal is going to also separately talk about a local return policy that shall the district go to the ballot, they would return sales tax money to the city and county of Broomfield to literally support investments in around 116th.
Thank you, Mr. Schaefer.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I do want to introduce our team. We have Sean, who's overseeing the outreach to cities, including Broomfield. We have Grant Bennett, who's doing the local return program. James Flatham, who's our utility player. Joan, who's the deputy director of station planning. New to the team is Samara, who's now working outreach in Broomfield, and Georgie, who's a fellow from the Harvard Kennedy School. She's actually a city councilor in Perth, Australia, and is doing a fellowship here to learn about how we do transportation so well in Colorado. So if we could, okay, there was a little irony there. We're doing it better than we were. Okay, if we go to the next slide. I'm Sal Pace. I'm the general manager of the Front Range Passenger Rail District. We are working on delivering the Colorado Connector, or COCO, which is the north-south train connecting Broomfield to communities from Fort Collins to Boulder and everything in between. Next slide, please. Colorado Connector is really a unique approach to delivering service, and we've generated a lot of public interest in the last 4 months. We've had over 40,000 people engage with us in one platform or another. The Front Range Passenger Rail District is the Title 32 special district, and I'm sure there's several special districts that overlap with Broomfield. In this case, we're the largest special district in the state, and we go from Fort Collins to Trinidad, and we are responsible for planning, funding, building, and operating Colorado Connector. Next slide, please. The district itself, as I said, is a Title 32 district created by the General Assembly in 2021. And we're empowered, like other Title 32 special districts, to refer a tax question. And this is part of working with the rules of Tabor, where you have to bring any type of tax measure to the voters of the area where you plan to generate tax revenue. Next slide, please. What Front Range Passenger Rail is, what COCO is intercity passenger rail. And so this is not only a practical designation, it's also a legal designation. So intercity passenger rail is intended to travel between metropolitan areas and at higher speeds, and generally is not intended to be a service providing commuter service. However, I think in a community like Broomfield and the proximity to Denver, it'll probably be used by some folks for commuter service. It's actually a novel sort of approach where we are combining in joint service both intercity passenger rail, so the plans were already underway to build an intercity system, with the Fast Tracks service and the intention for commuter service. So it's a little bit of a hybrid approach. However, we are still going to be governed by the FRA as opposed to Federal Transit, because we are still considered intercity passenger rail. Next slide, please. We're working on a phased approach to service delivery. What Brandon just outlined is what we are calling in our delivery plan, phase 1 of Front Range Passenger Rail. And so in this case, it's being funded with your service here in Broomfield is being funded with the money you paid into your Fast Tracks savings account. And we've asked RTD to budget $150 million of the 200, or roughly, these are round numbers, that they have in their Fast Tracks savings account to deliver the phase 1 service. And then we are planning on phase 2, which will extend service to everywhere in the district, from Pueblo all the way up to Fort Collins. And we are modeling out, and we think it's really important as we do the financial modeling that we have service to all stations within 5 years. And that's a number one priority for us. Because we saw what happened with Fast Tracks. And so getting everywhere first is really important. In the case of Broomfield, because you're in the RTD area and RTD is putting up early money along with CDOT and the state transportation enterprise and others, you'll actually have service within 3 years. Ultimate build out will have 10 round trips going through Broomfield as we get through the 5 phases of our delivery plan. Next slide, please. We can skip this. Brendan covered this well. Next slide. Full service. I gave a little overview here of the full build out. Next slide. We've talked a little bit about why this is a uniquely Colorado approach to delivery. There's actually something that we have done in Colorado that's never been done in any other state. So the federal government gave Amtrak the power to use under the Surface Transportation Act, powers called 209 powers, where Amtrak can partner with a state and then deliver passenger rail in the state, and it's a confrontational process, at least that's how it's seen by the freight industry, to access those freight lines. And instead of that, what we did with our term sheet with BNSF is truly a first of its kind, where we signed an access agreement with BNSF. They are the contractor to the state of Colorado. And then BNSF is going to be contracting with Amtrak, who will be a subcontractor of BNSF. The reason this is different is we skipped that confrontational process. We negotiated directly with the term sheet with BNSF. We put heavy incentives in for BNSF to deliver service. They're going to receive 50% greater pay annually for meeting on-time metrics. And so they've become a true partner with the state of Colorado in delivering this service. In addition, when you start hearing stuff about, another Fast Tracks or California high-speed rail, we are leasing track space from the Class 1 railroads. We have no need for eminent domain or condemnation to deliver the rail service. And we have this already existing term sheet with the BNSF Railway, which didn't exist before Fast Tracks. Next slide, please. Some of this is intuitive. You live it every day, but the greater Metro Denver region residents are spending 76 hours annually. Think about that. That's almost 2 full work weeks just in traffic jams. Next slide. That affects our air quality and what we're breathing, obviously. Next slide. And it's costing money too. And these are 2024 numbers. We're going to be way over $2,000 annually in wasted costs because of traffic in the Denver metro area, because of the increased gas prices with the war in Iran. And riding Colorado Connector is going to be a lot more affordable than driving a car and paying for parking. Next slide. It's also going to be a comfortable ride. So this is one of the benefits of intercity rail versus commuter rail. We're hoping to acquire the new Siemens Aero rolling stock, which is the state-of-the-art, most modern, futuristic equipment out there. But either way, we're talking about reclining chairs, restrooms, cafe cars, people ticketing on the trains. So, you won't see homeless folks riding up and down the train line, et cetera. Next slide, please. I think this summarizes congestion, cleaner, more affordable, but we also know with fixed transit, fixed rail, that you see economic growth and development that happens around fixed stations. And I'm going to speed up here and get to the local return. Next slide here. And then we can skip next slide, but we're also looking at special event stations. We We plan on having, with final approval of the Class 1 railroads, special event stop at the Broncos and Denver Summit. They're already on the consolidated main line, so we don't have to add any new sidings. For instance, next slide. Local return, and this is why this is the star of the show today. So part of our proposal with the Front Range Passenger Rail District is to provide dollars back to the local municipalities with stations. And what we are proposing, and most of the station costs were just covered, and the bare bones costs were covered by Brandon, and what's going to come with part of your fast track dollars coming back. And that's going to be part of the phase 1. But beyond that, if we pass Colorado Connector at the ballot, then we're also going to be sending dollars back to the local municipalities. What we've modeled out and what we've put in policy and approved by the board is $2.5 million annually for 25 years to the city and county of Broomfield, with a 10% boost on top of that. If we pass a resolution sort of outlining and acknowledging the station planning efforts and location narrative for the station in the next couple months. And that way, if we do go to the voters this November and we're describing what the money is going to go towards, and a constituent comes up to a city councilor or a member of this board and they say, hey, I saw this is where the money's going to go towards, you're not surprised. It's non-binding, but it's an acknowledgement of a narrative of how the dollars could be used. Now, what the dollars can be used for? First mile, last mile connectivity, sidewalks, bike access, transit and community improvements, TOD, essentially space making around those stations. And we prefer that the local communities drive this. If the local communities don't want to accept the dollars, then we will manage the stations. But we think local control is better than a big, almost statewide government entity coming in and telling you how to do it. Next slide, please. So we're involved in stakeholder engagement. That's part of the reason we have Samara on contract with us to help lead the local engagement here in the Broomfield area. We are working on our delivery plan, which will be brought to the board in July, but also under a draft form for the month of July for people to comment and review. And then we're potentially looking at a 2026 ballot question that will deliver phases 2 through 5 for this. So that's I believe there might be a closing slide, but that's my presentation. Oh, actually, here's a nifty little sketch of where the station, the alignment could happen in Broomfield. And we are looking to wrap up station alignment for a couple reasons. One is we're trying to wrap up the term sheet with BNSF, the rail access agreement. We already have a term sheet, but we want to wrap it up with BNSF for the rail access agreement for the phase 1, the joint service agreement that's being funded with the RTD Fast Tracks dollars in June or early July. I'll see what Brandon says, the date, but in the next 30 to 60 days. And then we're also trying to wrap up all of our station narratives from Front Range Passenger Rail before August, because we'd refer a ballot question in August. And then next slide. And so we are looking, I mentioned the resolution, just the resolution for FRPR that would endorse the station narrative, but it's non-binding. We'll give the additional $250,000 annually to Broomfield for 25 years upon passing a ballot measure. And then I think next slide, this is a closing slide. Yep, there we go. So happy to take questions, or we can bring up our Deputy Director of Station Area Planning if we have any really tough questions. She's already walking up.
She's prepared. Well, we're going to go to public comments next. Thank you, Mr. Pace. So we'll now proceed with public comments. If anyone would like to be heard, please come to the podium, state your name and neighborhood for the record, and limit your comments to 3 minutes, please. Is there anyone online, Jake? Okay.
Good evening. My name is Pat Quinn. I'm from Country Estates. Madam Mayor, City Council, representatives from Front Range Rail, thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My comments are about competition for the few transit dollars we have in this city or in the state. Before I became immersed in oil and gas, SB 19-181 and extraction oil and gas, I was immersed in Metro Denver transportation and transit issues, and in particular, the failure of RTD to deliver on the promise of Fast Tracks passed in 2004. I served on the Metro Mayor's Caucus Fast Tracks Task Force in 2009 and worked with Northwest mayors and commissioners that prepared the Northwest Area Mobility Study along with RTD in 2013. One of the first things I learned from my staff mentors was that transit only works when the headways make ridership not schedule dependent. Said another way, the Flatiron Flyer arrives at a stop every 15 minutes, which means the average wait for a bus is 7.5 minutes. Not that bad. The proposed Front Range service is by definition schedule dependent with only 3 round trips a day, meaning that the train can be used by limited ridership. The original promise for Northwest Rail was for 30-minute headways in the high commute hours and an hour during the rest of the day. Even that significantly reduced the ridership for Northwest Rail when compared to the now completed Flatiron Flyer Bus Rapid Transit, which by all accounts is a huge success. The ridership numbers then, and I suspect now, don't justify the cost to build or operate this rail service, particularly if BNFS remains on the tracks. Since the conception of Front Range Rail, I have reached out to people trying to find information about capital costs, riderships, operating cost numbers for now and the future. $333 million, while it's less than what we looked at before, is still a hell of a lot of money. And what is the grand plan to make this work for commuters, and what will be its cost? I reached out to several people previous to tonight to try to get their attention, including a member of the Front Range Rail, and really have not gotten a response from anybody, even when I post on Facebook. So, we all know that Front Range Rail, for the Front Range Rail to go to the next level, it will require a sales tax voted on and imposed on our citizens. If passed, it will take future transit dollars, which are limited. My questions for you, Council, is what will serve Broomfield better, this inadequate rail service or significantly improved BRT on highways 119, 7, 287, and I-25, which were strong recommendations in the NAMs issued in 2014. I'm concerned that Front Range Rail is used in the same script used by RTD in 2004 and will have the same results. Trust me, to your outreach person, I am available. My email is pquinn@quinncpa.com.
Thank you very much.
Oh, I have 7 years old.
It's perfect.
Hi, I'm Dave Manley. I've lived in Broomfield since 1976, currently at 1407 Dunsford Way. My comments are, I have heard the information about phase 1. I'm completely in favor of phase 1. I am very skeptical of phase 2, 3, 4, and 5, because I've lived here long enough to pay the Fast Tracks tax forever and never see a result. So that's where I'm at.
Thank you very much.
Mayor, Council, and City Staff, Jesse Applegate, Country Estates. I wanted to address the COCO team. Thank you for your work you're putting into this. This is a very good first step. This is a very good start to what I hope will be a much more expansive rail network sometime in the future. I'm sure everybody here is very tired of hearing in the future when it comes to rail networks, but we've got to start somewhere. And this does appear to be a functional plan versus RTD's little attempt in 2004. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time. And so far, I have a question
Can you
about.
please state your name for the record?
Oh, yes, I'm Elijah Duran, but I go by Anakin Skywalker.
That's okay.
James knows. So I wanted to ask if the Amtrak L, which I got here, is going to be a 6-car or an 8-car train. Because I saw the 8-car train at Union Station, like in, what was it, James? March? I think it was around March. We saw the 8-car train. I wanted to see how long the service built by Amtrak here again in this photo will be. And wanted to do a station update as well.
We can try to get that question answered, but this is just public comment right now. So the people behind you will address it after we do public comment. We'll
No
get you
worries.
an answer.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'm Dave Feineman. I live in Skystone. The pre-read that we got for this meeting basically said there is not enough space for parking at 116th Street Station. And it also said that if there was a need for parking, it would be at Broomfield's cost, not as part of the project. But that is not what the slide that we were shown today says. And so I'm kind of confused about, has the story changed between when the pre-read came out and when this meeting was held? Because that makes a big difference about whether there's actually some place for commuters to park. The existing document basically said it's a brisk walk across the Denver Boulder Highway, and you could get there, except yesterday we were under an event of 3-inch hailstones kind of thing. So you might not want to do a brisk walk between a remote station and the parking garage that already exists. So I think there are some mechanical things that don't quite hang together with this presentation to what we've already been told. In terms of, it's probably worth saying that it was only 120 years ago that Broomfield had its first passenger station. And it actually sat at a place which was in downtown Broomfield at the time. And there's an issue with this 116th location in terms of it's not close to anything in particular. And the fact that it was picked as the ideal site in the 2008 comprehensive plan doesn't make sense in 2026, right? So there's a number of things about, okay, because this is a fast intercity rail connection, you can't really move the stations around because we'll get too close to Louisville or someplace else. But I'm still not absolutely sure that the best place for a Broomfield station is the one that we're being shoehorned into saying is the right place. All of that, aside, I still think it's a good thing for us to actually go ahead and after 120 years, actually reintroduce passenger rail service into Broomfield. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Feynman, and we'll get clarification on the parking. Hi, just say your name and neighborhood for the record.
My name is Michael Ray Rawls III. We live in Aspen Creek, and I think you should build the train.
Aw. We wanted to say that we're really excited about having a train to go to Colorado Springs and see our grandparents.
Yeah.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you. Would anyone else like to be heard? Come on up. Take it. It's okay. You don't have to rush.
I'm Heidi Streetman. I live in Ward 3, near Cole Elementary, so Old Broomfield. And I'm somebody who, when I work downtown at Auraria, I take the bus. And when I'm hearing, I'm very excited about rail, but this doesn't sound to me like it's really going to relieve congestion on the highways. As a rider on the bus, I see people, about 40% of the cars on I-25 are driven by people who are looking at their phones. And what we really need is to decongest the highways with commuter rail that will get people off the highways and also provide safer transportation than being with a bunch of people who are not looking at the road and who are going 65 miles an hour. So, while I hear some poo-pooing of the homeless need to move too. And if they can't afford rail to get from here to Colorado Springs, then they're going to be doing it the old way, and we're going to have to sit next to them on the bus and have the unwashed, experience. But that's part of living here, and that's part of the equalization of public transportation. Those people need to move too. They should not be left out of the picture. And I'm hearing this as an expensive deluxe experience for people who have money to partake of it. And I'm concerned about this is a refugee resettlement hub. We have people here who are losing their SNAP benefits. Can they afford to be on these commuter trains? So let's not throw the baby out with the bathwater in terms of RTD and consider maybe another option. This doesn't sound like it's really going to solve the problems we're facing. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Samara. Thank you, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and Council. I really just want to say we're very sorry to the public. We know that it's been an ongoing issue for a long time. And this plan that is coming in place, we are trying to make it certain to get this done by 2029. And I know that there's a lot of distrust with the public, but we really would like to start rebuilding that relationship up again. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to be heard on this item? Would you like to address the question about the parking? I think I kind of remember you, Mr. Schaefer, saying if the costs exceeded what was budgeted, because what I call what you're doing is a starter station,
That's right.
right? You can
Yeah.
coin that term, starter station. So there's limited amount of revenue devoted to the basics. So the parking, you want to clarify that? How?
Yeah.
Well, okay.
Mayor, you are correct. This is taking existing revenue that we have today without having to go to voters to do this. And so there are some limited amenities at these stations that we have budgeted for. And then also to the point of what RTD and all of the boards adopted in April is to go into the design phase of this. And so there are some unknowns that we have today that will be answered through this process. We just need to get into the design phase to better understand what would ADA parking look like next to the platform at 116th. How large should that be? What is the cost of that? What is the cost of that land underneath of it to acquire? And while we do have a budget right now, we don't want to go out into the public and say what that is and negotiate against ourselves right now. We also just need direction from council just to put the Broomfield station stop in the access agreement, just to say Broomfield's actually getting service. And also just want to acknowledge as well, in addition to the parking, that this is a milestone in delivering rail through the Northwest communities. Until we started negotiating with BNSF, we never had these costs. We are making a significant 9-figure investment in Front Range Passenger Rail borne by the state that Sal's district, Front Range Passenger Rail, wouldn't have to account for in the sales tax that they're asking voters if they go to the ballot this year, and that's in positive train control. And so there are some costs that are being assumed by the project now that won't have to be paid for in the north by Front Range Passenger Rail when they go to the ballot as well. And so I think when it comes to that, I'll acknowledge that, but the parking, we just need to get into the design to see what does this even look like? What does it look like to also look at the RTD structure on the other side of US 36? And is that actually viable, or do we need something larger? I don't want to pigeonhole the negotiation team and the corresponding staffs at these other agencies to give you a definitive answer tonight when we haven't started that work quite yet in earnest.
No, I get that. So parking is included in the starter station, but it's the cost that's.
It's ADA parking, that's right.
Okay. Cool. We're going to go to council questions now, so don't go anywhere. Colleagues, who would like to go first? Councilmember Ward.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you all for the wonderful presentation and the hard work you guys have been doing for the past, well, for some of you, years. I know, Sal Pace, you've been working on rail since you were a county commissioner in Pueblo County. I have a couple questions that I want to either clarify for myself or just make sure that the public is clear on what the answer is. And so the joint service agreement, the access agreement that you all, Mr. Schaefer, have given a presentation on, that is forming the basis for Front Range Passenger Rail's ability to expand to that 10 round trips a day. Is that correct?
That is correct. Councilmember Ward, there will be a transfer provision inside of the access agreement that would transfer the legal document to Front Range Rail to build upon and take ownership of,
Okay.
if executed.
Great. Does part of that access agreement allow for RTD to fulfill its commitment it made in 2004 with Fast Tracks? We know the reason that a joint service agreement was necessary was BNSF wanted to negotiate with one entity and not three or however many. So is there an provision in that agreement that allows RTD via Front Range Passenger Rail, who we don't care who actually does it, to start to fulfill its commitment?
Council member, not specifically within the access agreement, is there a provision in there today that says that? I think there's acknowledgement that if we waited for RTD to deliver their version of Northwest Rail, it's not until 2045 or 2050 at the latest. And so this is the pathway to actually accessing and utilizing the fast track sales and use tax dollars that Broomfield has been paying for to get this service up and running and started. And so that's the compromise that we're making here. Not everything that was approved in 2004 is the project that we have today in 2026. For example, Broomfield was promised 2 stations, Westminster 2 or 3, depending on who you ask and talk to. But we are saying this is a different model, delivery model that we can deliver on with limited resources. And so no, to your question.
Yeah, I get that this is a different beast in and of itself, but let's just say, for kicks and giggles, RTD magically got an extra $1.5 billion to complete Northwest Rail as promised.
Right.
Would this agreement be a foundational tool for them to complete Northwest Rail, or are we going to have to go back and negotiate with BNSF again to fulfill that commitment under this hypothetical?
Under your hypothetical, you would need to renegotiate with BNSF, but there's no, I don't think in the access agreement or even in a full build out of Front Range Passenger Rail at 10 daily round trips in the north, which is going to be 20 through Broomfield, I don't think we're getting to 55 trains a day. We're not getting to the 2004 model for many reasons. And so the answer would be no.
Okay. I will just say from my perspective, I think that's a little short-sighted just on the negotiation part, that's not something that can be further expanded upon without future negotiations. But we'll leave that as it is. In terms of the local share back, should a ballot measure pass for Front Range Passenger Rail in November of this year, when would those share back dollars start coming to the local communities? Would it be, well, it wouldn't be January of 2027 because you haven't started collecting revenue until that year, that month. So February of 2027, or are we having to wait till sometime between or at the start of expansion of Front Range Passenger Rail
Well,
service?
and I also want to touch on the previous question too. Any change of the characteristic of service is going to take a renegotiation with BNSF. There's nothing that precludes negotiating any particular item with BNSF, but any characteristic of service change would necessitate a new negotiation. If $1.5 billion showed up, there's no reason we couldn't try to negotiate. I think what Brandon's talking to is maybe around what today is realistically possible. Who knows what could happen in 10 years from now? The second question about the local return, we'd start collecting in July of 2027. What we've modeled out with the financial analysis is local return starts coming to the communities in the north in 2028. You would be one of the communities in the north of DUS, and communities in the south in 2030. So south of the Denver metro area. So you'd start seeing that money in 2028.
Okay, great. Thank you for that clarification. In terms of the agreement that you all have reached with BNSF and just some of the internal documents that you guys at Front Range Passenger Rail have put forth in terms of timelines, 2045 is the anticipated full build out for the 10 round trips a day. Is there anything in that agreement that prohibits you all from increasing service at a more frequent pace?
No, there's nothing that precludes that. And everything we're putting out now is based on the assumption that it's all going to be local and state dollars. As you probably remember, we had a Chrissy grant from the feds clawed back last year. It was going to be $90 million towards positive train control. In the event that we have a federal government that is providing dollars to Colorado again, it would speed up service everywhere and also provide for getting to phase 5 sooner.
Okay, wonderful. In terms of, I don't know if this is going to go back to Brandon Schaefer or if it should stick with you.
We give him all the hard questions.
Well, I know I've berated him a few times from the dais, so we'll try and go a little easy. In terms of the agreement you would like signed between us and Joint Service regarding cost overrun shares, why don't we just have RTD use some of its FISA account dollars to pay for those station improvements, given that we've been paying into it and it really is furthering their commitment made under Fast Tracks in 2004 before you start coming to us? And I will just say very quickly, like if it's a, $10,000, like that's one thing, but if it's going to be a couple $1 million, that's a very different thing. And the way that that ask has been structured, it seems very open-ended, and I'm not entirely comfortable with that open-endedness.
Yeah, if once we get through this design process and we better learn what the needs are and we get a better cost estimate, we can certainly go back to our internal budget and look and see what's fluctuated and what's changed. And we can always adjust some dials internally to see if we actually could make up the difference elsewhere. Like you're saying here, there's a 7-figure amount that's dedicated for improvements outside of the right of way. I find it, at least right now, hard to imagine us getting over that. But just in the event that we actually get there, we just want to have a solution and have a relationship in collaboration with the city and county to address what that solution could look like. And we may never even need to, for example, execute the IGA and actually start using it. If, for example, internally we get to the end of this design process and we adjust the dials internally on a budget and to ensure that we don't have to actually come and work with you all. So.
Okay. Great. And my final question, this is going to be for Mr. Pace. There are many references every time I hear this presentation that full build out is 10 round trips a day. Is there a plan, either brewing in your mind or brewing in the minds of the Front Range Passenger Rail Board of Directors, to increase service beyond 10 round trips a day? Because I think you've heard from some public comments, at least here, maybe other communities, that 10 round trips a day does not seem like a lot. And it isn't a lot in the grand scheme of things for what I think people want to use this train for. Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, in my brewing in my mind, I certainly think if we were to able to receive federal dollars down the road, this is something that we could contemplate. This stretch, the 36 stretch, models out as the strongest ridership on the whole line, Boulder to Denver. The goal here is for us to show a pragmatic approach, and what we've learned with a lot of work reaching out to constituents and stakeholders is what people don't want is us to overpromise and underdeliver. And so we're hyper focused on being very pragmatic with our delivery plan. That doesn't mean that we couldn't dream bigger in the future if federal dollars showed up. And Joan has an answer too.
I just have a couple of other things that I want to add on to what my folks at the governor's office, as well as General Manager Pace shared. Thank you so much, Commissioner Ward, or Councilmember Ward, for letting me to address some of the things that I think are really important to share with the audience based on your questions. One thing that we didn't really cover yet as a part of this presentation and also Q&A is that this is the first time ever that we have negotiated with BNSF to date. And I think that that's really important to recognize given what RTD had promised without actually going to the host railroads. And so unfortunately, because they did that, to Sal's point, they overpromised and underdelivered, and we're trying our best to make sure that's a reality with negotiating. Additionally, we are trying our best to work very collaboratively with the City and County of Broomfield staff on the parking piece. I think one thing that may not be super clear as it relates to what cost overruns look like, I do want to share that we are working extremely collaboratively with you all, whereas there are other communities that aren't getting this. And so what Brandon shared earlier in his presentation was that standard investment package, and that there's those additional amenities that sometimes are not included as a part of the work that we are doing. We are actively working to try to figure out the parking solution. It's just a little bit too early on in the process for us to really identify that, but I want to make sure to note that this is not something that we're actually doing in a lot of other communities. So we are trying to make sure to deliver on things that people have concerns about. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. We're going to go online next to Mayor Pro Tem Lim.
Yes, I guess I'll start with the parking. I mean, so probably other communities have parking close to the location that has been earmarked for the station. I mean, that's the beginning of the problem to me. As to why we have had it designated to us that we need to use 116th Station, which has absolutely no infrastructure around it. Our council memo says that the joint service FRPR cites proximity to the proposed Louisville station as a threat to the rail's federal intercity classification. No documentation or elaboration is provided to support this conclusion. Federal Railroad Administration and DOT requirements govern accessibility, safety, and performance, not minimum station spacing. So I verified this statement in the memo with staff, and they said, yes, we've asked for documentation to show why we have to go with 116th and we can't use the Flatiron Station, which was in the original plan for Fast Tracks. Can you offer at this point in time any specific documentation that shows we have to go with 116th?
Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. There's nothing that says you have to go with 116th. What I can tell you is in Front Range Passenger Rail District policy that was adopted years ago, and after the fact, we added Broomfield as a additional station. We originally were not studying a stop in Broomfield, but it was included with a vote of our board this past November. But we have in our policy, and it's trying to address FRA's standards for not having stations too close. We have a 5-mile distance between stations. That's been our policy for, I think, about 3 years. And we do have a legit concern that if we went and started amending our space distance policy, that we would be raising some alarms at FRA unnecessarily.
So there's no documentation. This is your instinctive feeling.
No,
that
I mean, it's a policy that was voted on, and I can get it to you in documentation. Yeah.
It was voted on by FRA? Or it's your internal policy that in the process of putting this plan forward?
Yeah, it is the policy of FRPR district. Yes.
Okay. So it's a little misleading to me to say it's Federal Railroad Administration demanding that we use 116th Station.
Mayor Pro Tem, this is Brandon speaking now. I don't want to say that we've engaged and we have a definitive answer from the FRA on this, but if we were to go with Flatirons and location, the distance between Broomfield and Louisville would be the shortest within the entire network within the FRPR district. It would only be 3.5 miles. Whereas if 116th is what we can put into the access agreement, it would be about 5.5 or 6 miles in between Broomfield and Louisville. The other consideration here too on the station distance is a 3-mile distance between Flatirons and Louisville is just this train doesn't actually get up to the speed it could go. You're not going to move as fast. And so you actually slow the service down a little bit more than what it currently already is. And so that's the other consideration here as well. I know that this is intercity and if it was commuter and if this was RTD doing it, they may look at both stations and you may have gotten both stations promised to Broomfield if this was commuter, but since this is intercity and there's a timetable here, we've modeled out the 116th location. And so we also don't want to preclude Front Range Passenger Rail in the future from also losing federal funds. There are federal dollars available for intercity passenger rail that are not accessible for commuter rail as well. And so even under that auspice, if we were to transition this and add, for example, 2 stops in Westminster, 2 stops in Broomfield, extra stops along the way, that would just be commuter rail, and that would be governed by the Federal Transit Administration, which has a different structure than what we're currently going for. And so I acknowledge that FRA guidelines are about as clear as mud, but we also are trying to model this after other state-sponsored services as well to try and make sure that we get this. And the other thing I might just add too is that under the initial Front Range Passenger Rail District alignment, Westminster, Broomfield, and Louisville weren't promised those station stops. So there could have been a train going through without ever stopping here. And we actually have the opportunity now to insert this into the access agreement and ensure that Broomfield is on the dot and on the map for this. I wish we had more for FRA guidelines for you than this right now.
I mean, the reason behind my question should be obvious. I mean, the staff did a wonderful analysis linked to the memo of the advantages of Flatiron Station over, I mean, that was not stated as the purpose. They did an analysis of Flatiron Station and the infrastructure there versus the analysis of 116th and the infrastructure and density. There's no density at 116th. There is density at Flatiron. There is no infrastructure at 116th. There's infrastructure at Flatiron. There's a parking garage. And anecdotally, talking to people in Broomfield, when you say a station at 116th, they say, where in the world is that? I just don't think we're going to have anyone riding from Broomfield with a station at 116th with absolutely no, especially with no infrastructure there. So that's my foundational question here. Why 116th? I don't think it's going to work in Broomfield. The staff memo also, back to the cost of the parking and the costs that are anticipated. You're asking us to make a commitment to costs that are going to, well, to gap costs that we have no idea the amount of. This is not going to work in a constrained budget that we have in front of us. It just isn't. You need to give us specific capital costs. Apparently people have asked, the staff and other people have asked for more specifics about future capital costs, and they have not given them, and you have not been able to provide them. Would you like to respond to that?
Mayor Pro Tem, it's going to be myself and my colleague Joan Lyons from CDOT who will take parts of your question to answer. The first, what I would say is the properties all around while staff did an excellent job on their memo, and we supported with the state's own, I think, 8 or 9 page memo as well that we sent to all of the municipalities from Denver to Fort Collins. We also looked at the Broomfield land use around 116th, and it is all zoned for TOD in that area of 116th. So from that perspective, down the line in the future, there are opportunities for the city and county to develop there, a private developer, Front Range Passenger Rail, to kind of build upon this vision that they have and that they would partner with the city and county for. So there's that I would just add there. And then there is no commitment from the city and county of Broomfield of what Joint Service is asking right now. The only ask that we have is to get a formal resolution where we could enter into an IGA down the line in 2026 and work collaboratively with your staff here at the city and county to just have a cost agreement in place that once and if project leadership changes, that we have at least enumerated this decision point that says if the cost were to exceed for parking at this location or land acquisition, we would work collaboratively with the city and county of Broomfield. There's no commitment that we would ask you all to commit dollars today. And to Councilman Ward's question earlier on this part is, we may never have to do that if we get to the end of this design process and we can look at the budget that we have for Broomfield and adjust the dials there. And so all we're trying to do is say, if and when we get to that point, there's at least a common agreement that the state and the city and county would work collaboratively together to problem solve that. We may never get to that point, though. I just want to make that clear. And I know Joan's also going to answer some more.
Yeah, and thank you so much, Mayor Pro Tem Lim, for your questions. I'll additionally elaborate on what Brandon Schaefer just shared about working collaboratively with the city and county of Broomfield on the parking thing. One thing that I forgot to mention when Councilmember Ward also asked about working with RTD to use FISA money, this is something that staff also asked about as well when we were working with them on this memo. And obviously their partner is a part of Joint Service, and I think we would like to exhaust the opportunity to use the FISA dollars before we would even reach out to the city and county of Broomfield again to execute that agreement as such. So I know that that was something that was kind of talked about later as a part of our collaborative process to get this information to you all. So just wanted to make sure that that was also a part of it. I'm not exactly sure if you were able to read the state's memo that we produced. I have a really great section on development and land use in the area that I'm just going to read really quickly. So in the 116th Avenue's immediate area, there's industrial facilities in the area, but there is, as Brandon mentioned, sites that are a part of PUD and comprehensive planning that designates the area as TOD. There's a lot of current and future planned development that is occurring at this location. The existing Polaris apartments that were just recently built are there. Harvey Station is directly west of the proposed station. And then the planned Wadsworth Junction multifamily facility is there, as well as Harvest Station, workforce housing. And there's a couple of other things that are directly west of the US 36 corridor. All of the Aritza, Uptown, Flats, the Flatiron Flyer Station, and the Olivine apartment. So just want to make sure that folks, if you didn't get the chance to read our memo that was also attached, that's also mentioned for the record as well. Thank you.
Yes, I did read that. Thank you. In our staff's memo, there's a statement, the state does not anticipate paying the property's market value or costs associated with impacts to business. Is that true?
I think that that is a little bit of an incorrect statement. So one thing that Brandon shared in his presentation is that we're using costs associated with the access agreement for what is the assessed value of the property, but that doesn't necessarily mean that we're going to be acquiring a full property as a part of this process. And so it is very likely, as Brandon shared, that we would likely not probably meet that threshold, but we have accommodated for full property acquisition if for whatever needed as a part of our assumed costs. So no, that is incorrect.
Okay,
and
thank
we're
you.
also following the Uniform Act as a part of our process.
Okay. One question I want to follow up from the Ward 3 resident who spoke. Could you give us an idea, do you have any idea at this point in time about the affordability of this kind of transportation? What will be the cost of riding the train in, say one length from Denver to Fort Collins.
Yeah, thank you. And we are working on some nuanced finalized policy with FRP, our district. What we've modeled out as a base cost is 19 cents a mile. But something that we are also committed to is within the RTD region that prices will be consistent with riding RTD or more affordable. So we're going to have the stretch from Broomfield to Denver, for instance, or Broomfield to Fort Collins will be fairly affordable at the top end there.
All right. And Mayor Pro
Okay,
Tem Lynn,
thank you.
your time has expired.
Yes, thanks.
All right, thank you. I want to ask a quick question before I go to my colleague. The gentleman that came up and wanted to know the length of the trains. Can you please clarify for Mr. Skywalker?
We are not in a position to know the train size yet. We will
Okay.
commence negotiations with an operator this summer. And so once we actually get into that, we'll know what the available rolling stock or train sets would be.
Okay,
Yeah. Thank you.
yeah, so
we're-
to be determined.
To be determined.
All
Yeah.
right,
yeah.
thank you, Mr. Schaefer. Councilmember Delgadillo.
You, Mayor. And thank you to my colleagues for those really good questions that I hope lead nicely into some of mine as well. So before I kind of lay into you guys, I want to say I want to be excited about this. Like I really, really do. We just really need that transparency and also that contingency planning, just having this very honest, very candid conversation with each other. And I appreciate you being here. So we'll start off with that. My first question is, I was reading through SB 24-184, and the consequences for missing the 2029 start date is a reporting requirement, which in my view is kind of nothing. Is there anything within that report that would say, okay, here's the new timeline, this is what we anticipate, here's how we're getting through things? I'm wondering what sort of accountability mechanism actually exists, because when I saw it was just a report, that's kind of nothing.
Yeah, I would just direct that question, Councilmember, to your state representative and state senator to see if they would be amendable in the future to adding a little bit more statutory definition or clarity in that, since the legislature is the one who wrote 184. I would just direct it there.
All right, fair enough. Okay, so that's the first one. Another question of mine is that, so there's a significant contingency that 80% federal funding is needed to kind of expand things more fully. Like there's a big dependency on federal funding. That appears to be the case. What would happen if that federal funding falls through? Are we in the situation where we're just doing starter service for a long time that's prolonged? What are our plans in the situation that the federal government does not play nicely with us?
Thank you, Councilman, for your question. Currently, given the environment in DC this is a state-sponsored service. So we are not asking for any federal dollars at this juncture to provide to the state of Colorado. We are using the first 3 daily round trips with state revenue that exists today and partnering with RTD to access the FISA account and to use and leverage that money. And then Sal's vision for Front Range Passenger Rail is to also potentially go to the ballot this year and do a sales tax increase to fund up to those 10 daily round trips to the north. And so right now there are no federal dollars touching this project. I think that's a unique feature of Colorado's project.
Well, I would add, we did apply for congressionally directed spending, and maybe when they figure out what's happening in DC, we might get some future funds. But we continue to try, and we hope that in the future funding will come, but we're planning as though it's not going to come.
Okay, that's good. That's good to hear. So should we pass a resolution at some point saying we're very excited about this? There's this 10% bonus funding situation. Where is that coming from? I'm wondering how we're getting those numbers, especially since when you look at SB 24-172, the fiscal model, it seems like there is going to be this 40% revenue reduction. So I want to see where those Where is that funding coming from? How safe is that? How long can we expect that? What is the situation in which that would be gone from us? That sort of thing.
Yeah, well, this is our fault in not being better communicators. So 184 is providing some funding for the starter service, the first 3 round trips. In fact, the entire price tag there is $330 million. And 150 of it's coming from Fast Track Savings Account. I live down in Pueblo, and I've been working on passenger rail in Pueblo for not as long as you guys have been working up here, but for about 15 years. When I saw that $180 million was going up to the north, I was like, what the heck? That's my statewide money. But those dollars are coming from statewide dollars. That are coming to support the Northwest alignment ahead of service to the South or anywhere else. To give, just so you're aware, the local return is upon passing a ballot measure that gets us to the 10 round trips. The local return we are building into the financial model. Paying out the local return. It's at the top of the model. So it's going to be over $40 million a year that we're paying, $45 million actually, that we're paying out straight to local communities for the local return. What we're modeling for Front Range passenger rail and for the 10 full round trips and the full service down to Pueblo and up to Fort Collins is we're looking at a 0.3331 third of a cent tax. That's what we're currently modeling. And that's going to generate about $290 million annually with the first $45 million going towards the local return. We've built that into our financial models. In the case of the 10% boost, we're not locking in the city and county of Broomfield into accepting those dollars and the responsibilities with those dollars. Simply, we're saying that passing that resolution, identifying the station narrative that we want to include with anything we refer to the ballot, would take that 2.5 million annually over 25 years up to 2 million and 3/4 annually over 25 years. As far as what that's used for, we would be working on an IGA during 2027 with you and the district to determine exactly how that's spent to best serve the station and the station area. But it would be your dollars.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that. And then I was excited to hear, I appreciate you bringing up what this tax, the sales tax could look like. That's helpful to know. One of my questions was regarding what is the impact on our taxpayers. So I appreciate that. With that in mind, do you have some ballot language that you're working through? When can we see that?
Really soon, hopefully. There's also, we've been working on with the attorneys, with legal, with the financial modeling on some ballot language. And we have till the beginning of September to contemplate referring something, but we'd be sharing it with you before we refer something.
That's appreciated. And then this one was kind of a similar line of thought to Mayor Pro Tem Lim specifically, which is that the Flatiron Station versus the 116th station. So a slightly different angle from the direction, the very helpful direction our Mayor Pro Tem took it. My angle was a little bit more, what does it practically mean to jeopardize the status of federal intercity rail classification? Like, what does that mean practically?
If the federal government believes that we should not operate the service, we would not operate the service. So we would not be delivering rail. This ultimately jeopardizes the entirety of the corridor beyond just City and County of Broomfield. Just want to make that really clear.
Okay.
Within reason.
Okay. I'm going to poke a little bit at the within reason, but I appreciate the candor there. The within reason portion, like this is one stop, realize that it can be a big deal is what it sounds like. And it sounds like you're also working through kind of the federal requirements and regulations. So, but I'm wondering, what is our recourse for that? If everything else is kind of in line, makes a lot of sense. And then but there's this one station that is 3.5 miles to the next station. But otherwise, in this stretch of, many, many miles, things are fine, things are good. Like, it feels like there should be some area to deviate or something like that.
Yeah, great question. And I think, not sure if you read the state memo that we partnered with the Front Range Passenger Rail District on, but I think there's a lot of potential constraints also with the Flatiron location as well. One of which being right now, we anticipate that we're still going to need some parking potentially there because it didn't advance as a part of the service development planning efforts. That means that we didn't look at what that modeling would look like for costs for parking. Additionally, as we talk about local return and the future build out of the station, there is some opportunity and vacant land around the area that RTD owns that the city and county of Broomfield owns. You all and RTD can do with whatever you would like with that property, but then directly to the east of there is Boulder County open space, which would potentially be challenging to build on for federal regulations for 4F resources. So ultimately, this location is not a location that is viable according to the state, and a lot of these different reasons combined with TOD. I know that there was some discussion with Mayor Pro Tem Blim about, or someone of the nature I can't remember, about a brisk walk. It's very similar even to the Flatiron Crossing development to the north, 15 to 18 minutes, give or take. So I don't think that you're necessarily gaining anything from a multimodal connectivity piece as well.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sure. I appreciate more color with that. That's good to know. And then there was one in the FRPR board adopted local return document in the staff memo. I think there was a slightly different date. What is the date for this resolution where we're saying that, yes, we want this. This is so exciting. Fun, fun, fun.
Well, we had the end of this month on there. But then we have 2 other communities that we can't get it scheduled by the end of this month. So we actually are going before our planning committee tomorrow as staff to recommend giving some extra time for the resolution. The original timeline that we had also aligned pretty nicely with joint service and their timeline for what they're trying to do with finalizing the rail access agreement. What I can tell you is, speaking for Brandon here, is the longer that the 8 communities on this alignment from Denver to Fort Collins take to finalize their platform alignment means that the longer time we have to actually get, the longer it's going to take to actually finalize our rail access agreement. Brandon and the entire joint service team is funded until January 6th or when the next governor gets signed in. And so we're hoping to really speed up the rail access agreement and the get to the 90% design phase with all of the stations and with the alignment and everything, and then get all the final budgets approved in 2026 so that if someone else comes into office and they say, hey, that 180 million that I wanted for Pueblo, hey, we think it should go towards something else, and just pass a new law, So, 184 is only as good as the next legislature comes up and changes it.
Well, thank you for answering all of my questions. Those are my questions, Mayor.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Anderson.
I want to start by acknowledging that this train is board where I represent. And it's going to be a little bit of a hard ask to ask our Broomfield taxpayers to pay for improvements through prioritizing our CIP projects when they're really not going to be accessing this area, most likely, especially with the lack of parking. So I'll start there. I want to just emphasize, we already talked about this, but the need for the fast tracks dollars to be spent on funding for that station that should be built on the north side of US 36 Broomfield Station. Like that is a serious concern. It's already been brought up, and I would love to hear a little bit of your thoughts on ridership when you would have to park, walk across the US 36, and then in the weather, if the weather's nice and you have people that can walk, that's great, but you have lightning, hail, downpour, scorching, freezing temperatures. These are realities. And from the time you leave the parking structure to the time you get on the train, you have no protection. Like I don't, I'm just wondering, like, what is the thought process here? And has that been a concern that would affect ridership? Or are people going to put themselves in that kind of a position to wait for that train? I would just love to hear some thoughts on that.
Thank you, Councilmember Anderson. I think, again, we now have the dollars committed from RTD and the state to go into the design to actually get to a level where we can answer a lot of these questions. To date, the state has put our mile marker or put platforms and modeled what the 350-foot platforms would be and where we could put parking where parking does not exist. And so we've already put that onto the diagram. Beyond that, we have not done much because it was not a guarantee that all of the governing boards would actually appropriate the dollars needed for preliminary engineering. So again, we are going to learn more about the parking needs and what we need to do to ensure that 116th gets the necessary infrastructure needed. It's just, we have to get through this process first. And we are just asking for the city and county of Broomfield to help give us the mile marker for your station stop so that we can complete the access agreement, simultaneously doing all of the preliminary engineering that's needed to identify the question that you're getting to of how large would this parking be? And is it beyond just ADA parking that the state would pay for?
And I do have some figures from our service development plan on ridership that was modeled as a part of the 116 station. This is based on 2050 numbers, so it's full build out with the 10 round trips, just to preface. So we call it boardings and alightings. So boardings are ons, alightings are off. Broomfield in 2050 will have 404 folks getting on at that station, and then 269 per day.
Okay, so not a huge number, especially in the beginning. Okay, and then so if I understood correctly, during this design phase, the parking that could be funded and recommended could go beyond just those ADA spots.
It's a potential, yes.
Okay, all right, that will remain a concern until we see that. That actually answers that question. We haven't really talked much about the proposed sales tax increase, which it feels like that's almost like imminent, like it's coming. I've heard 0.33%. I've heard some higher numbers. I would love to hear more about that. And then also just want to throw out there, this is a real concern, because if we do a substantial sales tax, if you put a ballot measure forward and it passes, there is a reality that our sales tax is getting up there to the point where nothing would pass in that realm in the future for local transportation or anything else. So I'd love to hear more about the percentage and thoughts there.
Yeah, what we're modeling right now is a 0.333, a third of a penny. That works out to a little over 3 cents on a $10 purchase. It's been really important in this process to try to keep the sales tax rate as low as possible. We're aware that, a number of communities are getting up to double-digit rate, and we're trying to keep the number as low as possible. And that's been one of the focus in the financial modeling.
Okay, thank you. And does that include the change to the smaller district?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And also, has there been any polling done? Like, are you got a feel of where you're at with this?
Yeah, the last time we polled in March, we were polling at 60%. We're about to do some more polling. We'll have a better idea of where we are. And at the end of the day, it's going to be a vote of the citizens to support this or not.
All right, thank you. And I have, and then I was just trying to figure out, I get the question is, do we support this location? And everything I'm hearing is to say, like, it's this station or no station. So as we're kind of pigeonholed in that place, I'm saying, okay, yes, we could go forward and say, we do want a station in Broomfield. But I'm just curious if our support for a station in Broomfield will be taken further and then brought forward as like support from the city council on the ballot initiative, or is it just solely so we can move forward and wouldn't be leveraged for that?
Well, yeah, it would just be about station location. And it's not just for the ballot question. You know, there's two reasons we're looking for a station location. One is the ballot question, but the other is for the negotiations for the final rail access agreement with BNSF that we're trying to wrap up, and we're trying to get to design phase as quickly as possible to get that all wrapped up in 2026. And I mean, let me be clear. We think that 1/16 models out as a better location. The distance piece is another consideration. I think if we felt like Flatirons was better, we'd say, hey, let's push for Flatirons with a condition that if FRA pushed back, that we'd fall back to another location. We think that with land use and potential around the station, we think that we've come to the conclusion internally that we think 1/16 is going to be strong. We aren't dogmatic about this. We're open to considering all the considerations. I think, we've had a lot of conversations with your staff. I'd love to, hop on some calls with some of you all and just talk through the pros, cons of the different location. I know we have limitations with open meetings and everything else, but we can really talk through why we think in a long discussion, why we think 1/16 is going to do better.
And that's completely fair. And with future development and with parking near that station, it changes drastically the opinion. So I guess we'll wait for more in the design phase, but I understand. I'm getting a clear picture on the request for today. So thank you very much.
And let me just add on the parking front, as Brandon said, we have $1 in mind available for parking that we're concerned with sharing publicly so that we don't go and tell a potential seller how much we have available. I believe we've shared the number with staff. We've shared it with staff, and we'd encourage you and staff to discuss that in executive session.
All right. Thank you.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Yep. Councilmember Cohen.
Good timing. Sorry. I apologize for my late arrival in person. I've been listening while I was driving in from DIA, so I may have missed a few things, but I just had one point I wanted to ask, but I was listening to Mayor Pro Tem's questioning in terms of 1/16 Flatirons in Louisville. The Louisville station, I believe, is downtown Louisville approximately, right? So you're asking us to support a train that's going to take people from Denver or Fort Collins and Boulder, bypass our main entertainment and shopping destination and go straight to downtown Louisville. I'm wondering if there's some given your 3-way or 5-mile policy to take into account that it would benefit Broomfield and its citizens to have those folks stop at Flatiron if we're going to deliver people to a major shopping destination in Louisville. We should deposit them in a shopping destination in Broomfield and not 116th, whereas I think the Mayor Pro Tem pointed out there's nothing there.
I also want to ask a quick clarifying question of you as well when you're asking this. We did receive some questions from staff ahead from you all of this meeting. And one of the questions that we did get was about why a location at 120th was considered. Is that also a part of your question as well, or just the Flatiron location?
Well, I'm just trying the comparison to the Louisville stop and the Broomfield stop. The Louisville stop is their main shopping destination. Big boom. And I go there too. It's a great place. You're going right past our major shopping destination. The other locations, as the Mayor Pro Tem pointed out, don't have any amenities. And versus I think the distance from Boulder to Louisville is farther than 5 miles. I don't know if there's give or take, but to take into consideration, you're taking a train and delivering lots and lots of people to Louisville and downtown Boulder, but not the shopping destination in Broomfield, which makes a difference to us in terms of our revenues and where people want to go from elsewhere. They really don't want to go to 116th unless they live there. But they would want to go to Flatiron, especially with what's all being developed there.
I think we can talk a little bit about opportunity here. I think that there is an opportunity for the city and county of Broomfield to think innovatively about the approach of what this location can look like in future iterations with the TOD and PUD that is happening around 116th. Additionally, I think that there is a lot more malleability around multimodal connectivity and opportunities to use different investments such as first and last mile. People may still bike to this location or to walk to this location from the train, and this gets them access that's even closer, even if it isn't necessarily at Flatiron. And so I just want to make sure that that's also shared for the full picture. The one thing that's interesting about station connectivity and the opportunity for us to think about what exactly is that overarching area surrounding a station. It's not just directly at a station. A lot of the work that we do in first and last mile also looks at really that like 15 to 20 minute or buffer of transit use as well as walking or biking. And so I think that you probably could get to Flatiron within that time from that location as well. Biking or using transit.
Okay. I don't see people getting off the train and then biking to Flatiron, but that's me. That's my one question. I don't want to take any more time. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Peterson.
Hello. I was the one that had asked about 120th, and I was just curious about the 5-mile distance from Louisville and what that boundary is, and whether you had looked at more of where 287 and 120th are and why you ruled that out.
It's a very great question. And from an operations perspective, it's a very challenging site. So if you actually look at the tracks from an aerial view, it's actually very curved in this location. From a host railroad perspective, as well as an operations perspective, they do not typically want to stop on a curve. And so it also creates ADA challenges from a boarding perspective as well. So it makes it very challenging to be able to explore that as a location. Additionally, there are some at-grade crossings in that area. And typically when we work with host railroads on station study work, they want to be at least 300 feet away from active crossings. Again, it just protects riders. It protects folks in the right of way, both from the BNSF right of way, but also the exterior internal arterials. And so that is really the main reason why this location was not explored, because it is very unlikely that the host railroads would actually agree with it.
Okay, that's helpful to know. And then with the 116th Street proposed location, there's currently no sidewalks between the pedestrian bridge and the proposed platform. And I know that you've already agreed to add in sidewalks from the platform to wherever the ADA compliant parking ends up being. But the rest of that would be Broomfield's responsibility. Is that correct?
To our understanding at this point, yes. I think one thing that will be interesting, again, there's a lot of unknowns here as we're kind of modeling out that final design. Maybe in our reality, there is an opportunity where we're actually saving costs more than we thought with working with the property owner, and maybe we could potentially utilize some of those funds additionally for some of those additional amenities for connecting better sidewalks along 116th Avenue. I know that that is something that staff has raised, but at this point in time, it's not something that we can commit to.
Okay. And then in addition, other things that would be Broomfield's responsibility are any additional amenities to that area, building up the station itself, adding bathrooms, and any kind of shuttle service that gets people from that platform to parking or to the mall. But potentially those could be offset by the local return funds. Is that correct?
Exactly, yeah. So I was going to go there and talk to you a little bit more about this. So obviously you saw in the presentation that Brandon gave, there's those basic amenities that we're providing at the station. And so I think one of the things that's actually very exciting about the opportunity for both staff as well as council members is what is your real vision here, right? Like what are the opportunities for us to create some of the things that you all think are important to your community and valuable? We don't want to necessarily push that on any local community. And so if you believe, council member, that restrooms are important to the community and that they should be provided beyond just what's on the train, just as an FYI, typically there are restrooms on inner city trains, just want to make that clear to folks, then of course, there's an opportunity for you to use those local return dollars in whatever way you see fit. And I think that that is a very unique approach comparatively to what RTD has done over the years with fast tracks and some of the projects. A little bit more control on the RTD side. And so you all have the opportunity to provide whatever you think is valuable to your community.
Okay, thank you. And then regarding the sales tax increase and the communities involved in that tax district, can you clarify who's included there?
Yeah, so there's a bill passed at the legislature this year that changed the boundaries of the district. It was the old district had about 4.5 million Coloradans in it. And when we initially created the Front Range Passenger Rail District, we were still studying 3 different route alignments. One to the east of I-25, one using CDOT right-of-way, and then this is the 3rd route alignment that we studied, which is utilizing the consolidated main lines for BNSF and Union Pacific. We ultimately settled on this alignment for the Front Range Passenger Rail. And so the district, we thought it made sense to have the district reflect the final route alignment. So instead of being about 2.5 million Coloradans or 4.5 million Coloradans, about 2.5 out of the 5.8 million in the state. And it's based on station alignments and municipalities where there are stations, as well as municipalities where at least 20% of the municipality is within 5 miles of a station as well.
And does that include communities south of Denver?
Yes,
Okay.
and that's from Trinidad all the way up to Fort Collins. Trinidad is not receiving a stop in the next 25 years. But we're getting a station for Trinidad for the Southwest Chief Line that goes through there. And they said they'd rather be in the district. When the legislation was going through, Huerfano County, which is 3 Republicans, reached out and they said, "Oh, we're not in the district. We want to be in the district." I said, "Well, we're not getting a stop there in the next 25 years." And they said, "Well, we still want to be in it." I said, "Well, it's like the last day of session. Maybe you should have talked to me." That's how anxious people in the South are into getting into this.
Okay, and then if the ballot measure passes, those funds are expected to cover phases 2 through 5?
Yes.
Okay, and phase 2 extends down to Pueblo.
And to the north, we would add in phase 2. So this would be by 2032. So within 5 years of us receiving dollars in 2027, we would have a 4th round trip to the north in addition to deploying the dollars for local return to the north. And then phase 3 gets us up to 6 round trips to the north.
And do you have an estimate time on that?
That's another 5 years. So 2037. Each phase is 5 years.
I see. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, great. That's really helpful.
Is that all?
I think so. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next is Councilmember McKenzie.
Many thanks. 2 questions. My understanding is that tonight is informational and there's no direction or directive from us. Is that correct?
That's correct, Councilman.
Thanks. And in the next month, this resolution will come before us and we have to green light or red light this, can you help me understand the overall process? So, and what the recourses are. So if we green light and within the next month and with the bonus and all, what happens after that? And what are the recourses that we have from that point moving forwards?
Council member, there's a couple of things in there. So one is what we're asking is a milepost, just an agreement from the city and county of Broomfield that we can use 116th. Then on joint service, we're asking to formally collaborate with the city and county to enter into an agreement that says we would work together if and when, and if those costs ever exceeded for parking at 116th. What Sal is proposing tonight as well is that if the city and county in Broomfield, we extended for, at least for the Farmers Passenger Rail District by a month, you would also get those local return dollars plus that added 10% on top. That's what Broomfield would get. What we are trying to do is we're coming up on 1 year of the negotiations starting with BNSF, and we would love to wrap them up by August, even sooner. If my boss was here tonight, she would say, let's get it done tomorrow. And so that's what we're asking here tonight. Now, what the process looks like between now and July and the next city council meeting, I think the resolution would simply be a resolution in support of the local return program, and then also a whereas clause where we could potentially add the mile marker. And that's all we would need from the city and county of Broomfield at this juncture right now. Does that answer your question?
Yes, if and when those parking costs come to fruition, what are the recourses if the city council changes their mind? Is that possible or not?
That is, I think, a later decision point later on in 2026 or 2027 when that would actually come up. We have to just, what we have to do process-wise, council member, is we're going to do the design for 116th. We're doing this for 8 stations, 7 if you take out Denver Union Station, doing all of that work, collaborating with 7 different municipalities and their staff to do this. Then we're taking those finalized costs that come back from BNSF and our architecture and engineering firm, running it through our budget again and making sure that the numbers match and that we have the dollars to proceed, and making sure that all of the boards at the end of this year finalize the project to go forward. That's when we would actually know at the end of this year how much that parking would be and if the budget actually, if the anticipated costs exceed that budget. So there's a long runway here of us doing just exploration and study to make sure that we understand this better before we come back to this council with, for example, a notice to proceed into construction with BNSF next year.
So at the end of this year, if those costs come back exceeding, we're not locked into that?
Not from
That
my
correct?
understanding.
Okay, second question. Thank you. It seems to me that if there is a divergence on the pros and cons or the weighting of those for these 2 locations, Flatirons versus 116th, there was something that was said in passing that, so the question is it a possibility, is it within the realm of possibility that if we do Flatirons, we could push for that? And if the FRA pushes back, then there would be some conditionality or contingency baked in. Is Flatirons a possibility at all with conditionality or contingency?
I'm going to turn it over to a negotiator. Sal, well, what I'll say before I turn over to you, Sal, and put you on the hot spot on this is if the FRA were to say that the addition of Flatirons in this alignment threatens the classification of it being intercity and snaps it to commuter rail, we would want to work and make sure that we go back to 116th, because what we would lose is access to federal dollars in the future that could apply to this project. And so if we threaten that classification and FRA were to say, actually, this looks more like commuter rail than it does intercity, we would want to snap back to 116th, but we want to just proceed with 116th and make sure that we are just being as cautious as we can moving forward. That way we don't turn off that lever in the future to access federal dollars. Also let Joan add.
I do want to also add here too, it sounds like council is very concerned about cost overrun. And I think that this is adding additional cost if we've already done some modeling as a part of 116th at the staff level, both with City and County of Broomfield and as a state. And so this again would result in additional delays in the project, as well as things that we would have to figure out and do more modeling for. So I just want to make sure that that's really clear to council as well, that this would be a setback to the project. Thank you.
Couple thoughts here. There are other communities that have pushed for things that we think are not the best idea. And we have put in conditions where if the costs go over, that community owns all those costs. And other communities have welcomed that provision. I'm one of the 3 negotiators here with BNSF on this. And I can't speak for everybody. There's 2 other negotiators, and I'm not the lead negotiator. The staff has done a lot of work, and they want this. Our staff, they want this to be successful. That's all they care about. They've been working on this for years. And the planning that has gone in has been years and years behind this, with lots of people putting a lot of time behind it. They really believe, and I encourage you to read the memo that they put together. They really believe 116 is going to be a better spot than Flatirons. I'm of the opinion that if an elected board of city council here thinks that Flatirons is going to be better, then I think we should just move to the place you guys like better. And even if it's we think it's more expensive and it'll have worse ridership and worse TOD and worse planning, hey, let's let you guys do that. And then if it's more money, ask you guys to cover the additional costs. And if FRA says that it's outside of FRA, intercity designation, then we have a revert back to 116. I don't want to argue with you guys. I think it should be up to you guys, but I think that I encourage read the staff memo from CDOT and FRPR and see why all the reasons why the staff thinks that 1/16 is better. But as one of the negotiators, I'd go back to my 2 other negotiators, Lisa Kaufman and we also have to run by BNSF too. So we can't just speak on our own. And I'd say, hey, let's let Broomfield move it to Flatiron, and even if we think it's a worse spot, and as long as they agree, if it's more expensive, they cover it. And if FRA disagrees, then we revert back to 1/16. It makes my life a lot easier.
Cool, thanks. It sounds to me, not directly, but what the beliefs of either stakeholder, I'm not really getting at that. I'm trying to understand what's within the possibility set, and I think that it is within the possibility set. Is that correct?
I can't speak for Deb Johnson, Lisa Kaufman, and BNSF, but I'm sure going to advocate for it if it's going to make my life easier.
Thank you. The following question is, it seems like, aside from everything else that you just mentioned, the main con is the threat of the FRA. But from earlier conversation, it seems like the financial pancake stack doesn't include federal right now. This is the threat of potential federal in the future, correct?
Yeah. However, because this is Class 1 railroad, it's still regulated by FRA. And we still need FRA approval to move forward because they govern the Class 1 railroads, and we're leasing from them.
Last 2 questions. These are all sub questions in my overarching 2. So to your point about the cost of modeling and delay, I think that should be weighted against the cost of the lock-in that we will face as a city, right, over many, many years versus modeling, which is sort of variable and short-term versus the fixed cost that would be locked in. And then the second question that I have is when will we know in this process, in this timeline, whether the FRA is a real viable threat or not, you know?
I do have a quick clarification for City and County of Broomfield staff. So the next meeting that we have for this agenda is where we would vote to approve this. Councilmember Mackenzie is asking for clarification about costs and a comparison. What is the timeline of when we would be able to get that to you all to provide that back to council? I'm trying to understand from a logistical perspective.
I'm trying to understand from a logistical perspective why this wasn't a study session and why we're first being presented these details with a month to decide. And you can tell by the depth of the questions of my colleagues that, you know, this is quick. We've seen your presentations in the past, and excuse me, I'm taking a personal privilege, but they were very light on details. And so the details finally came together and we finally got this presentation with more concrete information. And I think that's where we're struggling because a lot of it is brand new and we have a lot of new council members. So they need to be brought up to speed. So I wish, and I apologize to everyone that's here for the other hearing. This really should have been a study session. I had no idea it was going to go on so long when we have all these people waiting. So I asked my council members, well, everybody's already spoken once, be judicious. I mean, and I think we really need to figure out, after hearing the concerns from my colleagues, if you should bring it back. I mean, I think it's turning into a study session. And we have Sarah Grant in the back who hasn't been able to even speak. And I'm sure she would want to clarify some things as well. So what do you suggest, Manager Hoffman?
Well, sunk cost is time. I know that Ms. Grant would appreciate the opportunity. There's been a lot of back and forth on the state memo versus the staff memo versus 116th versus Flatiron. So really it's council's decision. I don't want to take additional time. We know that this next development particularly with our residents here.
Yeah.
So why don't we finish these questions? We will not be able to have a study session turn around quickly to meet your deadlines. That simply is not going to happen. But we're certainly happy to look at the calendar.
Okay, thank you.
And if we can't do a study session, something we can do is provide additional material for you all and you guys consider it in executive session and give us some direction.
I think a study session is warranted, particularly with the community that has spoken thus far that's been tracking this project. So as transparent as we could possibly be, I think would be the best next step and course. Otherwise, we have an exec session and we'll have to come back, Mayor, and report everything that was happening in the exec session and then do the same level of back and forth questions between this crew and Ms. Grant.
I'm
and her
hearing from
team.
my colleagues that they feel pressured to make a decision with not having time to digest and really vet
Agreed.
everything. With this update, going from this to a vote is a big leap at this point. That's my observation. Are you done, Councilmember Mackenzie? Okay. Well, we have to get going on our other things, and I really do appreciate you guys going through this exercise with us. But as you can see, there's a lot of questions and concerns to be ironed out.
This is great. This is how we make good policy.
All right. Well, thank you. Thank you, General Manager Pace. Thank you, Mr. Schaefer. And thank you all for being here tonight. We're going to go ahead and take our 10-minute recess. And again, we will get to you guys really quickly. Thank you for your patience. We'll be back in 10 minutes at 8:33. Okay, everybody. The next item on the agenda is the city manager's report. Deputy City Manager Burton Zuddy, do you have a report?
Thank you, Mayor. We do not this evening.
Thank you. Attorney Rogers, do you have a report?
No, thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Council's consideration of the consent item is next. Item 6B is a Board of Social Services item. As a reminder, council is the Board of Social Services, so a vote by council on this item is a vote of the BSS. The clerk will read the consent items by title, and there'll be one opportunity for public comment and council questions and comments. Will the clerk please read agenda items 6A through 6E by title?
6A, approval of minutes for the regular council meeting of May 26, 2026. 6B, proposed resolution number 2026-87-BSS, acknowledging review of expenditures and electronic benefit transfers for January, February, and March 2026. 6C, proposed resolution number 2026-78, approving an agreement with Wilson and Company, Inc. for professional services related to the Midway Boulevard Multimodal Improvements Project. 6D, proposed resolution number 2026-58, authorizing and approving an agreement by and between the City and County of Broomfield and Cisco Denver, Inc. for food products and services for Broomfield's Senior Nutrition Program. 6E, proposed resolution number 2026-77, approving the third amendment to the consulting agreement with Mueller Engineering Company for design services related to the West 120th Avenue Local Complete Streets Project.
Thank you. We'll now proceed with public comments. If anyone would like to be heard, please step up to the podium for these consent items. Not seeing anybody. Does any member of council have any questions or comments on these agenda items? Seeing none, is there a motion by council that consent items 6A through 6E be approved? Councilmember Delgadillo.
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second? Councilmember Peterson.
Second.
Thank you. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, council, please cast your vote electronically. Mayor Pro Tem Lim, please state your vote verbally.
Yes.
Thank you. Is Councilmember Twist on? No? Okay. All council members have entered their vote and the results will be displayed on the screen in a minute. That passes unanimously, 7-0 when it does happen. There you go. All right. Thank you all. Thank you all too for waiting in the back. All right. The only item under action items, finally, is the public hearing and council's consideration of a resolution relating to a proposed residential development with an undeveloped parcel generally located at the northwest corner of 136th Avenue and Huron Street. I'll now declare the public hearing open. We'll follow the city's standard public hearing procedures. First, staff will present a summary of the proposal. Next, we'll have the applicant's presentation. Then we'll ask for public comment and final comments from the applicant. And finally, questions from the city council members. Following council questions, I will close the hearing. Following the hearing will be council's discussion, consideration, and vote on the application based on the applicable criteria stated in the code. Council has a copy of the agenda memorandum, which I'll ask our staff to summarize.
Thank you, Mayor, and we appreciate council's patience as well as the community and residents and developer. Joining us tonight is Lynn Merwin. She is the Planning Director and Deputy Director of Development for Plant. That's just it. We need to have an acronym. Ms. Merwin, as we move forward, is too much of a mouthful. Please introduce us to this item and walk us through it.
Certainly. Thank you, Manager Hoffman. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, Council, and the community joining us this evening. Next slide, please. The proposal this evening is for a four-part application, including a comprehensive plan amendment, a planned unit development plan amendment, a final plat, and a site development plan amendment for Lamberton Farms filing number 4, replat C. The application is for a 134-unit residential development comprising paired homes, also referred to as duplex homes, on an approximately 11.6-acre property generally located southeast of the intersection of Calumet Street and West 138th Avenue. The property is part of the Lamberton Farm subdivision and is also referred to as Cobblestone Crossing. The Cobblestone Crossing describes the area comprising both the proposed development area and the retail pad sites located to the south and east that were previously approved. And I would note that the subject property was also previously approved for commercial development, but that project never advanced to construction. This is the last remaining vacant property in the subdivision. The surrounding area to the north and west is characterized by single-unit residential development belonging to the same general subdivision, again, Lamberton Farms. Next slide, please. The subject development is zoned PUD, or planned unit development, is governed by the Lamberton Farms PUD plan. The subdivision is bordered on 3 sides by the city of Westminster, so that's to the north, east, and west. The PUD for the overall subdivision calls for a mix of uses, including commercial, residential, and open lands. The location of the proposed Cobblestone Crossing residential site is outlined in the dashed yellow line on the east side of the subdivision in an area intended for commercial uses. The application under consideration this evening includes a PUD amendment to establish the allowance for 134 residential units and associated design standards. Next slide, please. The comprehensive plan land use designation for this project site is currently commercial, and the proposal is to amend that project site to permit mixed-use commercial. The mixed-use designation will allow the property to retain its existing commercial zoning while also permitting residential uses. This approach preserves the zoning flexibility in the event the residential development does not proceed to construction. The comprehensive plan states that as a guide, no more than 30% of the land area within a mixed use, so the proposed designation district, should be used for residential uses unless approved through a PUD plan process. So that is part of the request this evening. The proposed development is expected to use 100% of the remaining developable land area within this mixed use commercial area as residential. Staff has identified the proposed request for a comprehensive plan land use map amendment as a key issue for consideration with this application. Next slide, please. The PUD plan establishes the custom zoning details for a particular site or area, and this amendment establishes the design standards for the paired home development, including setbacks, building height, architecture, among other site details. The final plat, also part of this application, will subdivide the property to create the 134 residential lots and various community tracts for landscaping and access. The site development plan, the third part of the application, or fourth part, establishes the site-specific details for this development, and I'll go over a few of those points briefly in this presentation. The SDP, or Site Development Plan, also requires 16, that's 12% of the 134 units to be provided at 100% of area median income, or AMI, to meet Broomfield's inclusionary housing requirements. So continuing on, the primary access to the development will be provided along existing private access drives between the proposed development and the existing retail pads. So those are running along the eastern and southern boundary of the project site. These perimeter access drives will be widened to accommodate private on-street guest parking. The interior street network will include new private alleyway drives accessible from Calumet Street on the east and west on 138th Avenue to the north. The access has been reviewed and accepted by traffic engineering in the North Metro Fire Rescue District. Next slide, please. At the April 27th Land Use Review, or LURC, Commission meeting, the Commission voted to recommend approval of this application with a condition that the applicant work with city traffic engineering to address outstanding questions related to traffic signals in the area. The 2 key existing external intersections serving this development site include one at West 138th Avenue and Huron Street to the east, and a second at West 136th Avenue and Calumet Street to the south. The 2007 prior approved agreement between Broomfield and the property owner requires payment of a cash in lieu towards its 2 future traffic signals at the 2 key intersections I just described and shown in the yellow dots, 2 of the yellow dots. The cash in lieu obligation is being updated as part of this proposed development to require the owner to provide the payment for 50% of the cost of intersection improvements at each intersection as specified in a new agreement for this development. Broomfield Traffic Engineering will then further coordinate with the City of Westminster on an intergovernmental agreement for the improvement responsibilities and financial obligations at the two intersections. So the IGA will be presented to City Council at a later time once their City of Westminster is further along with their planned adjacent development to the east. Next slide, please. The parking for this development meets the parking code with 329 total parking spaces, 61 guest parking spaces, and 3 accessible guest parking spaces. The parking also complies with Broomfield's EV parking requirements. Next slide, please. This slide pertains to the public land dedication, or PLD. The obligation for this development is for a dedication of 8.04 acres. The obligation may be met in various ways, including a partial on-site dedication and a cash in lieu payment. Broomfield and the developer have coordinated to determine the on-site PLD will comprise 1.42 acres shown in the dark green on this screen at the northeast edge of this image, which will include a small playground and will be available for public access. The on-site PLD will be dedicated to the city with a public access easement and maintained by the future HOA. A partial cash in lieu will be required for a portion of the on-site PLD that the applicant is not providing, and that's determined and paid at the time of permit. For the remainder of the PLD obligation, 5.71 acres, the applicant is requesting that Broomfield grant credit for excess PLD that was previously dedicated to the city within the Lamberson Farm subdivision further west. Staff has verified that there's 14.14 acres of excess public land that were dedicated to Broomfield with a 2006 plat. Council may grant the use of credit to a portion of this development's requirements if approved through the public hearing process. And council has previously approved similar requests for credit in other subdivisions such as Interlochen and Great Western Park, where there had been a prior PLD excess. Next slide. This slide shows the examples of the front elevations for 2 of the proposed building types. I'll be really brief here. The units are designed with front porches and are available in both 2-story and 3-story configurations. The 3-story units are proposed to have a maximum height of approximately 31 feet, which will comply with the maximum allowed height of 35 feet for this area. Next slide. Broomfield's records show there are 4 total plugged and abandoned oil and gas wells, a couple to the east and a couple to the west. And because of their location within 2,000 feet, the developer is required to provide written notice to all purchasers that the property is within 2,000 feet of the plugged and abandoned wells. Next slide. A 3-party subdivision improvement agreement, or SIA, establishes public improvement requirements, which are described in greater detail in the staff report. Since there are no new financial obligations requested of Broomfield with this agreement, it is eligible for approval by the city manager following council's approval of the proposed application. Next slide. A memorandum of understanding has also been prepared to document the specific inclusionary housing requirements for this development. And again, that's 16 units with this development. As previously stated, staff has identified one key issue for this proposal, and that's the comprehensive plan land use map amendment. Next slide. Public outreach and engagement for this project included 2 neighborhood meetings hosted by the applicant on June 5th and September 2nd of last year. An online concept review was conducted between May 15th and July 1st of last year. And a Broomfield Voice page has been open for comments since the beginning of the concept review. And those comments are provided in a report in the staff report. Noticing of the public hearing was completed in accordance with the Broomfield Municipal Code requirements. Next slide, please. This shows an excerpt of the review criteria on the screen. A complete list of all applicable review criteria are included in the staff report for this application. Next slide. The Land Use Review Commission held a public hearing on the application in April of this year and voted to recommend approval of the application by a vote of 4-3 with 2 conditions related to finalizing technical corrections and traffic signal and circulation requirements. The conditions have been addressed in the plans provided for this hearing. And then in conclusion, proposed resolution 2026-69 would approve the application for a new residential development comprising 134 duplex homes, including 16 units at 100% of the area median income in accordance with our inclusionary housing ordinance. And this concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Merwin. Next is the applicant presentation. Just as we ask our staff to keep their presentations brief, I ask the applicant to be concise in their presentation. Would you please identify yourself for the record before beginning your presentation this evening?
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and Council. My name is Leila Rosales, and I am the proud owner of Terracina Design. We are the planners, landscape architects, and civil engineers on this project. Wear lots of hats. I will be brief because it's late and I know we're all tired. So I will try and get through this relatively quickly. So we do have our entire team here this evening, so we'll be able to answer any and all questions that you might have as we go through the process. And I want to start really quickly by recognizing your staff. They have been responsive, they've been helpful, they've really done a great job in getting us in front of you this evening. And I will tell you, the summary they provided you was one of the best I have read, and I've done this for 30 years. Fantastic summary. So I had to throw that in there real quick. Okay, next slide. So I'm privileged to have been working with Oakwood Homes for almost 25 years, and they have proven to be a great partner. They take pride in relationship building with not only their customers, but with the communities in which they build homes. Their goal with this proposal this evening is to start what we hope to be a long-term relationship with the city in an effort to assist with this housing crisis that's keeping so many from homeownership. As you can see on the slide, if you read it, Oakwood doesn't just build homes, but they actually spend a lot of time giving back. They've built 15 St. Jude homes over the years that they've donated to St. Jude, as well as have a couple of great internal programs, including what they call Hometown Heroes. And that's really where they give incentives to first responders, educators, healthcare workers, military, to purchase their homes. But actually the program that I think is kind of the most interesting and applicable to tonight's conversation is what they call the Home Buyers Club. And so it's a program where people who want to purchase a home, but have bad credit, have too much debt, have both, they actually work with them to help them improve their financial situation. And I've seen instances where they've worked with them for years, trying to help them kind of clean up some of their financial situation so that they can come in and buy a home. So I think that's really something that's kind of special that Oakwood Homes does to help with home ownership. So I guess as you can kind of surmise by a couple of these things, Oakwood's core business is attainable housing. They take pride, and they've been telling me this for 20 years, on being what they call on the left of the bell curve. So what that means is they always want to have homes that are priced below the average median price. So the bell's median in the middle, they want to be to the left of that. Next slide. So Oakwood's target market is what's being termed or kind of quoted these days as missing middle. So 100 to 120% AMI. This includes the essential workers, teachers, first responders, healthcare providers, along with your young professionals like my daughter who just graduated from college, and empty nesters wanting to downsize. Next. So this evening, we're requesting the approval to build 134 paired homes, all of which will be priced at or below 120% AMI, along with the 16 that we are providing at the 100% AMI through your deed restriction inclusionary housing program. As you can see, this parcel is internal to the site and not adjacent to Huron or 136th Avenue. And we really strongly feel that this product and density serve as a great transition from the commercial uses along Huron and 136 to the single family homes that are to the north and west of the development. This infill site is ready to build. It has infrastructure in place since 2008 and includes roads, utilities, and as was already mentioned, the PLD has already primarily been satisfied with the existing development. So these factors actually really make a big difference in being able to provide those price points that we were describing for this housing. Next. So as you're well aware, attainable housing is in short supply throughout the entire Denver metro area. Based on the initiatives and policies that you all have put into place over the last few years, starting with the inclusionary housing ordinance in 2022, up to the strategic plan and comprehensive plan updates that I've seen this year, you understand how the rising price of homes makes it out of reach for many. So I just read it, including my daughter. I brought her up, but I'm trying to deal with 21-year-old trying to figure out her life. But I just read this interesting article, statistic, that said that in 2000, less than 12%, or basically 4.6 million, of young adults lived with their parents. In 2024, that number was 20%, 9 million young adults living with their parents. And that's a direct result of high price of housing, both rent and for sale, right? Next slide. So what are the specific challenges that we are trying to help address tonight? Obviously, the answer, home prices, right? They've doubled over the past decade, significantly outpacing income growth. The median home price within a mile of our site is $672,000. Combine that with interest rates, higher price of essentials, which was brought up earlier, and it's really difficult to transition from rental to ownership, or heck, from the basement to ownership, for that matter. So we think it's clear that we definitely need more housing in this price point in all of Denver metro area, and specifically here in Broomfield. And we're really excited to be able to offer that to you tonight. Next slide. So, you know, the price of housing obviously affects those families who are looking to buy a home, but it also impacts local employers, right? And their ability to recruit. You know, employers want to know that their employees can live close to work, especially when you're talking about essential workers, teachers, firefighters, healthcare workers who can't work remotely. You know, recruitment can be difficult if a potential employee has a long commute. Based on the 2023 data, which is this little box up there on the lower right of the screen from the US Census Bureau, less than 4,000 employees live and work in Broomfield, while over 33,000 employees commute from outside the city. We really want to help that statistic. That's our goal tonight. Next. So our goal is to start a partnership with the city to provide naturally occurring affordable homes at or below 120% AMI. And we hope that this is just the beginning. We really hope that we can build a partnership with Broomfield and be able to offer more of these homes in different locations throughout the city. Next slide. So I'm going to jump in briefly here. Neighborhood engagement. We've got a lot of great neighbors here with us tonight. We want to spend a minute just explaining to you, and I know that staff did a great job on this as well. We had our first neighborhood meeting back in June, so we've been working on this for just a little over a year. We met with them, we got some feedback. We received feedback on density, parking, open space. We revised the plan, we reduced the number of units, increased parking, increased landscape buffers, simplified the road network. And then we met with the neighbors again. So the first meeting was obviously a requirement. The second meeting was at our discretion. Met with the neighbors again to kind of get to the plan that you are reviewing this evening. Next slide. So when we first looked at this site and kind of the surrounding neighborhood, you know, we determined that rear-loaded paired homes would blend well into the fabric of the neighborhood. They have an outward appearance of a large single-family home with 2 to 4 bedrooms, square footage ranging from 880 to 1,900 square feet, 2-car garages, and a total of 10 floor plans, providing a diverse range of offerings. Next slide. I'm not going to go through the criteria of approval. We have met each of them through neighborhood engagement, thoughtful design, and most importantly, by providing housing for an income level that is really desperately needed. I hope you had the opportunity to read the letters provided by Broomfield Housing Alliance, Housing Equity of Colorado, and Housing Colorado, all of whom support this project for providing for sale housing at this price point. We understand that land use decisions require a balancing of community interests, but based on time and effort by this council and your predecessors put into addressing the housing gap, I believe you understand the importance of providing diverse housing options. You know, I find your term actually quite fantastic, your term for income-aligned housing. I think it's spot on. And, you know, let's provide more opportunities for our essential workers and young adults to start building wealth and live the American dream. That's it.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Well, oh goodness. Okay, there we are. That concludes our applicant's presentation. We'll now proceed with public comment. So if you would like to be heard on this item, please come over to the podium. You can form a line, state your name and neighborhood for the record, and try to limit your comments to 3 minutes, please.
Hello, my name is Sarah Baker, and I live within 1,000 feet of the proposed development. Unfortunately, a lot of our neighbors have already left this evening because they've been here for so many hours. But I want to be clear, I'm not opposed to development for housing, but I'm opposed to this density. 134 duplex units packed into 11.65 acres at a density of 11.3 units per acre raises serious concerns that I urge this council to take seriously before voting yes tonight. First, traffic and safety. The intersection of West 136th Avenue and Huron is already a huge pressure point. I saw 2 accidents within 2 days there. Took photo evidence of it. We sit at a boundary with Westminster. Both corridors carry significant through traffic. 134 residential units means hundreds of additional daily vehicle trips funneling onto roads that were not designed to absorb a dense residential development of this scale at this location. I'm also extremely concerned about our bus stops. I actually talked to Adams 12 Transportation this week. They don't have exact data on the amount of people who ran the bus stop sign, but I can tell you we call the police numerous times last year, and we're now going to add 250 more cars. A kid is going to get hit by a car because the bus stop is on 138th, which is basically what everyone uses as a through street, cutting through to get to Legacy High School or just to get to Zuni, so they don't have to stop at all the lights on 136. Second, and frankly more troubling, is the zoning mechanism being used here. The site is designated commercial in the comprehensive plan. Because a straight residential use isn't permitted under that designation, the applicant is requesting an amendment to mixed-use commercial. Not because they're proposing any commercial use, but because that label unlocks residential approval through the PUD. Council's own staff analysis acknowledges this. The application as written does not remove the possibility of commercial development, but proposes 0 actual commercial component. There's no commercial in this plan. That is not mixed use. That is a labeling strategy to access a designation that was never intended for a purely residential product. If the council approves a comprehensive plan amendment to mixed use for development with no commercial element, it sets precedence that the mixed use designation is available to any developer who simply doesn't want to build what the comprehensive plan calls for. I also am upset that the claim is that it will offer affordable housing, with if it's starting at anywhere from 430 to 500 as a base, 20% upgrades, you're getting well over 600,000. I don't consider that affordable, and only 16 out of 134 units, you're going to give 16 people affordable housing. I also don't agree with that. So my ask is simple: reduce the density to a scale this infrastructure can genuinely support, and require that any mixed-use commercial designation carry enforceable mixed-use requirements, or deny the amendment and ask the applicant to resubmit consistent with residential designation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Would anyone else like to be heard? Please. You can go ahead and line up for the interest of time. Get in line behind the podium if you want to speak, please. Or not.
Good morning, or good evening.
Yeah,
Mayor.
I feel ya.
My name is Christina Tamerlano. I'm a Quail Creek homeowner, and I'm here tonight in support of the proposed cobblestone crossing development. I understand that change can be difficult, especially when it affects an existing neighborhood. However, I believe it's important to look at this project within the context of Broomfield's current housing policies and long-term goals. In 2022, Broomfield adopted Inclusionary Ordinance 2187-1776, which requires that 12% of homes in the new for-sale developments be designated as income-aligned housing for middle-income workforce families. These homes are deed restricted, owner occupied, and cannot be used as rentals or short-term vacation properties. The reality is that these requirements make lower density developments much more difficult and, dare I say, impossible to build here in Broomfield. While some residents may prefer traditional single-family detached homes on this parcel, including myself, that's not realistic under the city's current regulations. Broomfield wants more affordable housing, and increased density is really the only solution. It's also important to recognize that denying this project does not mean these restrictions change. Another developer could purchase the land and pursue an even denser project like condos. The city's housing goals and planning policies encourage infill development, and that reality is unlikely to change anytime soon. This project also provides a financial benefit to existing residents by helping pay down the special assessments district more quickly, potentially reducing homeowner costs in the future. Rather than fighting a project that aligns with current city policy, I believe we should focus on making it the best project possible for both the future residents and existing neighbors. Residents have raised valid concerns about speeding and traffic safety along 138th Avenue, and I also share those concerns and have even met with Broomfield traffic engineer on site to discuss potential solutions, including traffic calming measures such as speed humps and roundabouts. I encourage the developer to work with the city to incorporate these improvements as part of the project. And I respectfully ask the council to approve the cobblestone crossing development and help ensure appropriate traffic calming measures are implemented to improve safety for everyone. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council, and my fellow residents. My name is Jason Johnson. I am part of the McKay Shores development. So our house sits probably 2 or 3 blocks west of this development or this proposed development. I come to you with a few talking points, and some of it was relayed by Sarah earlier. The first thing I want to talk about is just design compatibility and harmonious development in this area. You have to understand, presentations are great. It looks all great, but I'm talking about more of the feel of the neighborhood. This is a neighborhood of single family homes. You talk about a transition from single family to commercial, but that's not really what this land was designed for. It was designed for commercial. It went to mixed use, and now it's 100% residential. So, I think there's something to be said about that, and that just what the feel of that neighborhood is. All of the residents that live in this area, we have kids on bikes, we have kids in, bus stops, and, traffic safety, public safety is a big concern. I think anytime you put 134 units, 335 people in this area, or what's projected to be the number of people in this area, it's going to ramp up those kind of concerns that we have. So I think it's a struggle for residents to understand just the feel of what this neighborhood is, just the harmonious and kind of the compatibility of what a high density neighborhood would be in this area. I also want to say that density doesn't always guarantee affordability. Density can provide certain, revenue for the city. It can provide certain services, but also too, you got to consider, what does that do to our infrastructure? What does that do to our public safety? What does that do to a lot of different things in the neighborhood? For example, like schools, for example, you saw that Adams 12 doesn't have any concerns about this neighborhood. Well, Adams 12 is closing schools because of enrollment and what enrollment is. So I'd be curious if enrollment was at 100%, what their opinion would be. Or you talk about public transit. There are no public transit in this area. That is a concern also. The traffic thing was brought up at the meeting prior to this, and there really was still questions that were out there about traffic, about 136 and Calumet there, and so that should be concerning. My time is running out here, so the other thing I want to mention is that although earlier we heard about drought restrictions, the state of Colorado is under a pretty extreme drought concern from what the governor has said. Doing a simple search, there's substantial amount of water that is used in any kind of new development. And so I ask, as I got 10 seconds here, I ask, is this something that city council wants? Sure. Is it needed? I don't think so. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Adam Baker. I also live very close to this development. I do have significant concerns with it. Again, I'm not against residential. I think having some housing is great. Number one, I don't think this is affordable. We all know it's not going to be $450. It's going to be more than that. If you want any faucets or door handles, add that on as well. Maybe a deck, add that on as well. 16 units for community workers. I work at a hospital. I see the community workers in there. 16 units is not enough. If we want to give someone a true house, why do we make them share walls with other people? Give them a true house. That's what we should do. This is not going to solve our crisis, if there is a true crisis. I think that's an overplay on words for the housing here. We have a lot of development up north in Broomfield that is going to be in this Affordable Act as well. I don't think moving this to a mixed use is in line with what Broomfield put on their community site. Let's see. Further development and redevelopment are compatible, but also they need to enhance the existing neighborhood and commercial areas. The developer's trying to get away from buffers by making it mixed use from commercial to residential. We get it. If we're gonna do mixed use, let's do mixed use. Let's do affordable housing on top. Let's do community businesses that can also bring tax revenue to Broomfield here. Also on Broomfield, under mixed use, it says that we have new encourage and support the acceptable minimum level of development compactness and density within mixed-use developments to increase opportunities for shared parking facilities, creation of public gathering spaces, open lands, businesses, and communities. It's housing. That's it. Nothing else. We have a dog run for a park there, they call. They're borrowing land from us and then paying off the rest. No, put some more green space in it. Make it a community feel. This is supposed to be like the rest of the neighborhood. I don't know one house in our neighborhood that has a back garage entrance. They're all single family front garage entrances. Parking will be an issue. They do not have basements. Everybody's stuff goes into the garage. They park outside. That will be an issue. Overflow into our communities. The traffic is an issue. I don't see a resolution for the stoplights at those two intersections that we've seen. These are going to become rentals. People are going to buy them and become rentals. Crime is going to go up. I'm out of time. I'd like to say more, but I'm going to respect everyone else's time.
Thank you
Thank you.
very much.
So please ask me what, no.
My name is Aaron Burt. I live 700 feet from this community. Not to repeat what all of my other neighbors have said, I am for residential, but I think there's other ways to go about it. If we're only going to give 16 homes to the, less than 100% AMI, we're not really solving any problems, because those people, if you look at the neighborhood it's going into, our average median income is north of $800,000 probably. So if you're really going to price the houses out correctly, they're not going to be affordable to anybody. That's one problem. The second problem, like my other neighbors have said, the traffic. If you do put a light on 138th in Huron, and you do put a light on 136th in Kalamath, that leaves two other entrances that won't be lighted. That'll be much faster if people don't have to go down 136, which is just going to increase the people that are using 138th as a drive-through already, which is why we're having issues at the bus stop. I mean, my wife has called the police on 5 separate occasions over the last year just because of someone running the bus stop. We've had the police actually pull people over, witnessing them do it. And as a father of 3 who all 3 of my kids have taken this bus, it's an issue, right? If you don't put a light on 138th and Zuni, there would be no reason to put a light on 136th and Kalamath or 136th and Quibus. Because all you're doing is forcing people down 138th because they don't want to do the lights, right? We have roundabouts. We just had an incident where someone blew through a roundabout and then abandoned their vehicle. So the vehicle was either stolen, it was drug related, who knows, but they hit another person, got out of their car, ran. All we're going to do is increase the amount of those incidents that we already have, because people are using it as a pass-through because they don't like the amount of lights on 136. even though there's only 3 between there and Zunai. And a lot of them are high school students. I get that. I was a high school student. I didn't want to stop at lights. It's more fun to drive fast. However, with how many kids live in the community, it's probably not a great idea to increase the flow of traffic through the community instead of forcing it around. And increasing the number of houses and the number of cars, like my neighbor said, no basements, people are gonna park on their driveways. If they're not parked in their driveways, they're parked on the street. If people are parked on the street, a kid runs out, someone's gonna get hit. And I don't know how many kids have to get hit by a car before it becomes more of an issue than it has already. So thank you. I appreciate your time.
Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Stephen Stillwell. I'm a resident of the enclave within McKay Shores and fellow coworkers back with Lynn, Anna. It's been a while. I worked for Broomfield from 2004 to 2017, saw hundreds of STPs and presentations like this. And one of the things that stood out immediately when I saw this plan was just, it looked like it was meeting numbers versus meeting values. And even though a lot of the faces at the council have changed over the years, I don't think our values have. And, you know, just looking at, you know, just simple design considerations such as the playground, the open grass areas look like an afterthought jammed up against a major road instead of part of the community. This development looks like a dependent development. It's relying upon the infrastructure that's already there to provide housing, hopefully, you know, low-cost housing for others rather than like when McKay Shores was built back, you know, it complemented the Broadlands, it complemented Lexington, it integrated trails, it integrated infrastructure, and, you know, as a value add, this, you know, I'm concerned why it was going from commercial to residential, and I'm still kind of not hearing it, like what this is really, you know, geared towards, like what's the benefit other than the possibility of low-income housing. But, you know, what we're looking at here, though, is a very small community. I don't know how the HOA is going to work on this one. I remember when Quail Creek was added, that was another small community that we incorporated within our HOA, added to our pool, added to our HOA membership. Is this one? I don't know if this one's been discussed, but our pool is pretty much maxed out. The parking is, you know, non-existent. I don't want to repeat too many things that have been discussed so far, but, you know, just in closing, just want to, you know, ask the council to seriously consider, is this the best use for this property? But also too, is this the best location to put high density residential in an area that's pretty much, you know, maxed out for what that purpose is for? All right, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hello, I'm Jerry Eckelberger. Through an entity that I control, I manage the Lambertson Farms Metropolitan Districts. And I just wanted to add that while the districts have sufficient funds through sharing sales tax dollars on some commercial with you folks and property tax dollars to meet our obligations on $32 million worth of bonds, we don't have much in the way of additional funding to help with operations and maintenance. If this project is approved, then the districts will have additional monies and be able to provide for operations and maintenance on the streetscapes within the development, within Lambertson Farms, McKay Shores. And there's a lot of streetscapes along 138th, Calumet, Cuivas, part of 136, a couple of detention ponds. So if this moves forward, the districts will get additional monies, which we need. And those monies in turn can be paid over to the HOA, which is maintaining those streetscapes. So from the standpoint of the metropolitan districts, I would urge you to pass this, this project. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Would anyone else like to be heard? Would sir, are you going up? Okay.
Chuck Whalen. The original project that Jerry put together, Jerry was the original, part of the original development group, where Toll Brothers is right now. That was supposed to be 500 apartments. 500. All that revenue, all those people were going to support commercial on the corner. That was eliminated. It destroyed the commercial potential for that. They lost over 1,400 people that could have walked across the street to the commercial property. That's gone. So right now, we've been sitting on vacant land for 20 years. With this project right now, we're nowhere near hitting that 500 units. We're only bringing in 134. Toll Brothers is what? 135 homes? 125? What? 220. 220? Okay, 220 plus 134. We're half the density of what it should have been for residential to begin with 20 years ago. So that's my only point right there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? Would the applicant like to address any of the questions and comments? Any final comments?
Bring up Cassie, our traffic engineer, who can speak to some of the traffic comments. Hi, I'm Cassie Slade with Fox Tuttle Transportation Group, and I am one of the proud owners of the company. With Layla and I both have that share of joy. So I took a few notes, so hopefully I do answer things, and I'm sure there'll be a few more questions. There was a question about the safety at 138th and Huron. The signal is warranted today and is shown in our traffic study to be warranted. Both cities, the Westminster and Broomfield, are working on the planning and the design of that signal. And this project will be paying 50% of that cost. So that will be coming more in the near term. The traffic signal down on 136th and Calumet, unfortunately, in the traffic study, is not warranted based on the national standards. We've been working with the city to understand what that looks like, and they will continue to monitor it as traffic changes in the area, as patterns arrives. The reason that there was a signal identified for that location was because it was supposed to be commercial at this spot, which was a lot, I guess it was like 6 times the amount of traffic that this would be creating. Therefore, a signal was warranted in the original PUD. But now with this amount of traffic, it won't be warranted with what we are looking at. There was a comment about that roads cannot accommodate this traffic from this development. I wanted to note that in the peak hours and the AM, there'll be 64 vehicles in 1 hour. That's just over 1 vehicle per minute. In the PM peak hour, which is the highest for residential, is 76 vehicles per hour. So that's, again, just over 1 car per minute. These roadways were built to actually have the commercial, which would have created, let me get my notes real quick, which were estimated to have 6,000 trips per day, when these homes are only going to be at 964. So these roads were already built to accommodate a significantly higher volume of traffic. For the traffic calming, we do understand that there's a lot of concerns, and it's unfortunate that people are not complying with traffic control and also with buses having their stop sign out. We have worked closely with the city. We talked to them after the last hearing, and we did ask what we could do. What can we help with? What can we do? And at this time, the city said, there's a statement in the packet that says that the city is not going to be requiring or installing any traffic control on 138th
Because this is a collector road and the purpose of the collector is to bring from the smaller roads out to the major roads. So they said that they will continue to monitor and work with the community as appropriate. I think that's all I had for right now. I don't know if you guys have questions while I'm here.
Well, we're going to go to council questions now, so stay
Okay.
close. Okay, questions from council are next. Members should limit themselves to questions during this portion. The time to introduce conditions for approval and state positions for or against this item is later. Are there any questions from my colleagues? Councilmember Henkel.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for everyone being here tonight. I have just really appreciated, I'm going to talk just for about 1 minute on what I've appreciated in this project, as well as the people engaging with it.
This is questions.
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
And this leads to this too. Part of this is talking about the meetings and how many meetings you all had. So I've appreciated, I haven't seen a developer come back and have an additional meeting. So I'm just curious, I believe there were 2 meetings, I was at both of them. What were the concerns at the first meeting? And then what were the concerns at the second meeting? And what changed in between those meetings? I would just like to note that.
You want me to address them as they come up, or do you want me to hold and take
Probably
notes?
just each one.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Making sure I'm doing the process correctly. So the first neighborhood meeting, like I said, was held in June, and the concerns about that meeting were a lot of kind of what you heard tonight: density, traffic, safety around the bus stops, and some of the things that were mentioned here, parking and open space. So those were some things that were brought up back in June. As it relates to that, we, like I said previously, we did reduce the number of units from 138 to 134 in this application that you're looking at tonight. While that doesn't seem like a lot percentage-wise, it makes a big difference. We increased the parking, we increased the landscape buffers. We basically reworked the plan pretty significantly from June to September. We increased landscape buffers and simplified the road network. We met with them in September, and I would tell you that the changes in September were minimal. There weren't a lot. It was a little bit of fussing of this and moving this around, moving buildings around a little bit. There wasn't significant changes from the September meeting, but there were a couple small, minor things that, adding a couple extra parking spots here and shuffling a building there.
I felt like at one of the meetings, go ahead.
One other thing that was removed from the first neighborhood meeting to the second was there was an access on 138th that was removed. So
Well, okay, go ahead, sorry. Go ahead. Do it again.
sorry, there was an access that was being shown on the original site plan on 138th, and that was removed between the meetings.
Oh, from the neighborhood. All right, it also seemed like too that the road wanted to be, or people said that the road on the east side needed to be widened between the development and then the commercial. Is that a concern?
And we did widen that as part of this.
And how
rework.
much, I guess, is that question then?
How much did we widen it? I'm gonna phone a friend.
I'm Ziggy Files, planner with Terracina. We did add parking on one side of the road, so that added another 9 feet on one side, and then we expanded the current 24 to 26 for fire access. So with that being said, it'd be about 10 feet. We expanded that road from the existing private drive currently now. We also looked at parking on the east and south side where the commercial is, but because of the access points into the commercial, there wasn't a lot of advantage for additional parking in those areas because of so many access points. So we limited to the parking to the side that the residential's portion is on to provide more guest parking for the residential piece to prevent overflow parking onto the neighbors.
Okay, thank you. And where do you predict the traffic from this particular area is going to enter and exit?
Based on our modeling, they are going to be using the two signalized intersection of conversation. They'll be going on Calumet to 136th and then here on 138th. We looked at that there was about 5% going to be headed west on 138th, just based on the modeling.
Okay, thank you. I did note that one of the concerns at the second meeting, it seems like the goalpost kept moving. So they wanted less density, and then after that, we reduced density and other things. And then the last concern at the last meeting, I just wanted to put this into public record, was the 138th Street, and I believe the light is gonna go in there, right?
Yeah, at Huron, yes.
Yeah, in Huron. They did note that in the morning there were kids flying in and out is what people were saying. So I wanted to let everyone know that I actually went out on September 4th on a Thursday between 6:30 to 7:30. There were 31 adults leaving, one teenager leaving. Adults coming in were 21. Teen drivers driving into that 138th were 0. Bus came in at 7:28. And no one seemed to be speeding to my recollection, but I would like to know some other data alongside that.
Thank you for Heidi for that. That's a great observation. I did the same and went and sat out there at different times of the day, different peaks, different times, just to kind of understand. We did also put down tubes. I'm sure you guys have all seen the little black tubes that cross the street, and you're like, what's that is? That actually took the speeds. So we had them on 128th and or 138th, and also on Calumet. So just to note, on 138th, the average was for 24 hours was about 22 miles per hour. The 85th percentile, which is kind of like everybody, 15% of those people are more, that was 26.5 miles per hour. On Calumet, the average was 20 miles per hour, and the 85th percentile was 23 miles per hour. There was only I made note of this. Maybe not on this piece of paper. On 138th, the data was showing that only one vehicle was above 35 miles an hour, but they were still under 40 in the 24 hours. And on Calumet, there was 4 people that were above 30 miles an hour, but still under 35.
Okay, and what is the speed limit in that area then, the 40 and?
I think it's 30 and 30.
Okay. All right, that's all the questions I have for now. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Next, we'll go to Councilmember Delgadillo.
Great, thank you, Mayor. Really just have, I think, 1 or 2 basic questions. So one of them is, does the playground or any of those high potential foot traffic areas, does that play into considering traffic calming? It sounds like we've followed the rules as written. I'm wondering if any consideration was taken into the playground.
That would be probably a question for the city. We did ask them, where we could help with traffic calming. I don't know if they're here to answer that question.
Ms. Merwin, did you want to address?
Yes, Lynn Merwin. So the city, actually, I believe a council member had asked that the park be moved further away. Originally, it was located on the southwest end of the development, and it was asked to be moved away from that location because of its proximity to a gas station. And then residents were asking for a bigger buffer along 138th Avenue, landscape buffer. So staff suggested that they move the park to the north to add to the buffer and move the playground away from the gas station. So.
Great. And then what is and I think this is also for you, Ms. Merwin, what is the trigger by which the city and county of Broomfield or someone would redevelop or revisit traffic calming?
Yes, our traffic engineer is actively monitoring this area because of the complaints that we've received, and has made an assessment that at this time, there's no need to change the traffic speed or incorporate mitigation measures. Some of one of the most typical mitigation measures would be a speed cushion, but that would impact the bike lane. And he doesn't want to do that at this time, so he's continuing to monitor it. And, the traffic at this time is unrelated to the proposed development. I understand that, it elicits comments at this time, but that is his current recommendation.
Okay. Thank you. And thank you, Mayor.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Anderson.
All right, thank you for the presentation. I am still curious why this property would be rezoned from commercial to mixed-use development if it's not mixed-use development and is 100% residential. It's like some clarification on why not just rezone it to residential.
So I think Lynn did a great job of explaining that to you all in her presentation. But really the reason is that if for some reason the residential doesn't move forward, the commercial is still an option on this piece of ground. Or if something else happens, we haven't taken away the opportunity for commercial in its entirety. We don't anticipate building it at this time, but the world is weird, right? So we just want to make sure that we don't take that completely off the table for you all.
Okay, I guess I missed that explanation. I'm still caught on the 30%, so I'm still missing something there, but all right. I saw that for the traffic signals that the money would be set aside until it's warranted, the 50%. But then just curious on these potential traffic calming measures on 138th, even though it's outside the development, if all of a sudden we do see from the city perspective that traffic is greatly increased, will that then be on the city's responsibility to put that in and using the other CIP funding?
Yes. That's a short answer. Yes, at this time, the streets were designed, as the traffic engineer for the developer noted, for anticipating commercial development on this property. And so with a transition to residential, if that's approved, the counts would be significantly less. But if some other types of improvements were deemed necessary in the future, that would likely need capital improvement financing.
Okay, but you don't anticipate that based on the traffic at this?
Not because of traffic generated by this development, no.
Okay, but more just like if there's speeding and other types of things. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, thank you. And then I do have a question about the parking in these units, and I recognize that these are intended to lower costs. But if you look at the driveways, is there distance between the driveways to even park? You cannot park on street, is that correct? Where the driveways are coming off? Is there even width and space for vehicles, or is it required that they're in the driveway or in the garage?
Yeah, there's some units that are designated to have parking in the apron from the alley to the garage. Those are sized to 20 feet, 18 feet to accommodate a car. There's 90 of those. The rest of the units have a smaller apron, and the guest parking is provided either with parallel parking along the private drive or internally with some pull-in parking. But not all homes have parking directly behind them, or they cannot park in the alley to block the alley in any way. So they either have to be completely on their driveway that's suitable for that, and that would be regulated through the HOA.
Okay, and then some of the homes, it appears, don't even have driveways. Is that do you have an example of that where when you're pulling out of your driveway or out of your garage, you're basically in the road before you can even see if there's people coming?
It's actually 8 feet. It's like a typical townhome would have, like a smaller apron. It's a driveway, but they consider it an apron. It's just a small driveway to accommodate backing up into the alley, so you have visibility when you back out. So there is a small portion that you don't directly access into the alley or private drive to give those vehicles abilities to see traffic coming in and out. So.
Okay, it's on the
Yeah,
view,
so-
it looks like there's no driveway at all. Okay.
Yeah, they're just smaller. Yep.
All right, and that is all my questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next is Councilmember Cohen.
Thank you, Mayor. I have several random questions, just trying to fill in gaps and to clarify some things. I wanted to ask, in terms of the lights at 138 and the 100 and proposed 136, does having that light at 138, does that typically encourage more cars to come in, or does it make any effect in terms of drawing cars into the neighborhood?
I don't have any data that would back up either perspective.
Is there any way to through signage or otherwise, or if we have the opportunity to discourage people from going through that neighborhood, that it's a residential street, not an arterial.
There
Go to
isn't any-
136.
Yeah, there isn't any like approved national signage that would be allowed there. If the neighborhood themselves would wanted to install something that was unique to their community, they would have to work with the city to install that. But that has to be, typically has to be MUGCD compliant. And so that would be where the kind of the concern would be. The difficulty, obviously at a signal, you wouldn't want to put too much information. You want people to pay attention to what the traffic control is. As well as there is commercial here. So those commercial businesses wouldn't want to deter people from coming and being customers. I don't have any data though to say that because the signal's there that all of a sudden there's a ton more traffic or there's less traffic.
If there were traffic cushions, for example, the low asphalt rise, not a bump, does that have an effect of discouraging? If they were installed after the entrance to those businesses, might discourage traffic down that street?
Same thing, it depends. I mean, obviously people are still taking their route to get to and from where they feel they need to be.
And I know I had a traffic cushion installed on a street in Westlake near a park, and some people slow down and some people speed up. It's just has
Yeah.
different effect on different people. I haven't noticed it affecting the bikes. That part confuses me, but
And some people that ride a bike sometimes want to jump those.
Yeah,
So I've been known.
unfortunately, reactions vary to that. Sometimes it's a challenge. The cars with low clearance slow down for sure.
Yeah, definitely.
In terms of the light at 136, which you said is not warranted, but would be if there was commercial. So we could say that if this was a fully developed at commercial, there'd be more traffic generated.
Yes, 100%. There would be.
To what
The numbers show that so the current plan has 964 daily trips. Commercial that was approved and allowed to be put here would have 6,240 daily trips. So that is 6 times.
Okay. So dramatic difference.
Dramatically different,
Commercial.
yes.
So residential may seem like more, but it would be a lot less than commercially
Yeah.
developed.
And in the PM peak, it'd be up to 500 vehicles per hour.
I had a question. My understanding, the speed limit, we follow the rules because we don't, there's pretty strict regimens. Would there be any reason, and this may be a question for city, or to lower the speed under 38 to 25 as a way to slow people down, or at least start getting enforcement of a lower speed?
From my data, the hard thing with just changing a sign, it doesn't change people's behavior. It does change the enforcement ability and it changes what the ticket looks like, but it doesn't change the behavior of people. The people that are already following the rules are going to then lower their speed. The people that are not following the rules will continue to do what they're doing.
But they might get a bigger ticket.
They'll get a bigger ticket if there's enforcement, correct?
That could be a possibility. It would go against, we'd have to be a special change, correct, that we would have to approve.
Correct. Our traffic engineer would need to approve that. Yeah.
Question in terms of the school board, school stop. I'm not sure where I understand where the school stops. Is that 138th? Is it on 138th? The bus stop? 2?
Who wants to answer?
Yeah, I'm aware of 2 bus stops and they're all east of the roundabout.
Right.
On 138th.
Is there any, or has there been any discussion with Adams 12 if there's been issues at those bus stops to move it off 138th to a lower traffic street?
We're not aware of any of that, but we're welcome to it because we'll have students that'll probably be using those bus stops as well.
So maybe it might be something to address with Adams 12. And one final, I think final question, is it your plan for this development to have an HOA?
Yes, this development has its own separate HOA and will not be incorporated into the existing HOA.
So the new HOA might be able to establish rules, as many do, as to where you can park your car.
They absolutely will.
And that'll be up to whoever is in charge of that HOA.
Yes, the enforcement from the management company.
I think that's all my questions for now. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem, you had your hand up. Did you still want to ask any questions?
No, my question was asked. Thank you.
All right, wonderful. Thank you. Councilmember Peterson.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to start by clarifying for the community that a commercial development in this area would bring income to Broomfield, and residential actually does not. And it has a negative financial impact, but it does bring money to the Metro District, which is beneficial to the residents there. With that in mind, we heard that the infrastructure for that area has been in place since, did they say 2008? Do we know if that was set up for the original apartments that were planned there, or was it set up for commercial?
It was designed for the commercial that was planned for that area, but all the capacity is able to accommodate any homes that we're providing or that we're proposing.
Okay. And then it seems like it's been an empty space for quite a while now. Is this development replacing any proposed commercial development that would have gone into that area? Like, was there something already on board and this is coming instead?
No, there's been plans or approved plans for, but there's never been a development that's come forward that wants to build commercial at this juncture, and we're not replacing that. Instead of this is the.
And has it ever been a consideration to have retail with residential above it?
The original PUD didn't anticipate that, and we haven't either. So it was originally just be commercial. They had a mixed use portion that was planned where Quail Creek, the shopping center is, where it had options to have residential above or on or incorporated with. This track was never intended to have like a stacks flat. It was all commercial and had no residential. We're just switching it over this portion to residential. There's still the commercial that's actually existing today, but.
Okay. And then you said that you're expanding the access road that goes around it right now, to create more room, including parking. Did you also account for the drop off and pickup lines for the Montessori school?
We took into account that they're utilizing the drive and getting into theirs. And then we also provided additional parking by the park that might be utilized for shared use within that area. We haven't spoken to them directly about that, like specifically, but that's an option in that area for them to use. But it will also be regulated by the HOA for our guests, right? So it's intended for the guest parking for our site. But we did consider the circulation and the use in that section.
Great. And then I believe in the memo, it said that in April, the Land Use Review Commission considered this and said that there was a condition for approval regarding traffic signals, speed and safety. Is that true? What did that involve?
I'm gonna Ms. Merwin answer that question.
Thank you.
At the time of the Land Use Review Commission meeting in April, there were a few technical issues that were still outstanding, nothing really significant, but things that needed cleanup before we got to City Council. And so staff felt that that would be a good thing to incorporate a condition on to have them correct, which they have done. And then in addition to that, because of the number of residents who spoke with concerns about the traffic in the area, the Land Use Commission also included a condition that they work with the city traffic engineer to just make sure everything's tightened up before this meeting. And so that's a typical thing that does happen between Lurkin Council as we finalize the subdivision improvement agreement with the developer, between the city and the owner and the developer. And so that has been done at this time. The agreement is ready to go to Manager Hoffman once, assuming this is approved. So.
Okay, great. Thank you. That's all my questions.
All right, thank you. Councilmember McKenzie.
Many thanks. 2 questions. There was a comment that the original plan was 500, maybe apartments or so, and that would have basically paid for the commercial corner. I have a few mental models, why that would be the case. Can you explain why that line of reasoning, why the 500 apartments would have paid for the commercial corner?
The gentleman can answer the question.
Wanna
Council
answer?
members are allowed to question folks that made public.
Try and you can supplement. How about that?
No, that is
Tag team
that
this
is
one.
allowed. That is allowed.
Great.
You're
Thank
allowed to
you.
ask questions of people who commented.
So the PUD, as approved back in 2003, I believe it was, included 554 residential units. And there was a substantial site kind of in between the two commercial sites, I'll say on either end, that it anticipated some multifamily in that location, which was a higher density than what ended up being built, which were the single-family homes. And so really what he was getting to was that 554 units were assumed to be built to support the Metro District. And actually, at this time, we have actually a little bit more than what he had said. We have 465, assuming that we acquire approval tonight. So we're still below what was in the original PUD, but we're definitely higher than we were before, or will be, we hope.
That answer your question, Councilmember? You're still pondering your next.
It doesn't.
Look at
That
face.
that answer tells me the change or the delta, but it doesn't provide insight into the why or the logics behind why this much density would pay for the commercial corner. Do you see what I'm saying?
I lost the neighborhood to support the commercial. I had 500 homes, over 500 homes right there, figure 2.5 units or people per home. I had 1,200 to 1,300 people living within a block and a half, 2 blocks of my commercial property. I could easily support the commercial. I lost that when Toll Brothers was approved. I love the community, it's gorgeous, but it destroyed the commercial component of the project. That's what I'm saying.
When did that happen?
I'm deaf.
When did that happen?
When did Toll Brothers do it, Jerry?
2009.
2009, right during the recession.
Cool, thanks. Last question is, I've heard that this was commercial planned and has just been sitting vacant for 20 years or whatever the time period is.
$100,000 a year in property taxes out of my pocket every year. I love it.
Excellent. So the question is, what activities have been undertaken to advance commercial, if at all, over that duration of time?
We've looked at it and we've lost it to Westminster, to our south and to our east from that. And the cost is ridiculous. And the costs have just been going up every year. So
that's it. Thanks.
All right, thank you. Any other questions from my colleagues? All right, seeing none, there being no further questions, the public hearing is closed. Next is council's consideration of proposed resolution number 2026-69. Will the clerk please read the proposed resolution by title?
7A, Resolution Number 2026-69, approving the Lambertson Farms Filing Number 4, Replat C, Planned Unit Development Plan, Sixth Amendment, Final Plat, Site Development Plan, and Comprehensive Plan Amendment.
Thank you. Is there a motion to approve the resolution? Councilmember Delgadillo.
So moved.
Is there a second? Councilmember Henkel.
Second.
Thank you. Is there any discussion? Seeing no discussion. Oh, Councilmember Henkel.
Reach my button.
Okay.
Yeah, I know it's late tonight and then we have another thing that we have to talk about after this. I'm just going to keep it really short. I just want to remind and thank our residents for bringing up the traffic concerns, and I want us to keep looking at that. And I know that we have partners in that from the city, from the developers as well. And I still want to keep that on the forefront of these efforts. So I don't want to dismiss that, because if we are having accidents there, that's something that we already have going on, right? So I want to make sure that we're still addressing that. The second thing that I do want to do is also commend this developer coming in. So you guys have done a phenomenal job of outreach to the community twice. I've never seen someone do 2 meetings like this. And then really listen to the community. I will say that there were some yelling sessions and that I did not find was appropriate. And I will say that, you know, to ask someone who they work for and how they're getting their money was not appropriate. I don't know who said that at the last meeting. I just didn't find it really appropriate. You guys have done a phenomenal job. Cassie, in particular, your job has been very difficult with this traffic mitigation, and you do very good work, and I commend you for your work. So thank you. And at the last thing too, I want to remind people that to your west, where I live in McKay, we have alley homes is what they call themselves over there, the alley homes and the condos. And my daughter in first grade had a teacher that lived across the street. And my daughter wanted her tooth to be removed by her teacher. I was not happy with removing her tooth, but she's like, no, my teacher can totally remove my tooth. And this is what happens when you have teachers, you have firefighters, you have first responders, nurses, and other people that are working in nonprofits who don't make a lot of money living close to you. And I'm hoping that people will really learn this symbiotic relationship where you live and work together. And I want to remind people too that when we lived in Stone Ridge a long time ago, the homes were worth 300,000 or so. They were really good homes, but they're worth so much more now. So just keep in mind when you move into your own space, how much cheaper it was then, and you can imagine how much more expensive it is now to own a home. And so this is something that is desperately needed. I want to encourage everyone to understand the housing landscape across the whole state. Your current representative right now and other people at the state are trying to take away your public right to even do what you just did. So they want to take away that right and put in apartments right there. So I want us to be very clear that this process has been very democratic. It has been very neighborly, to a degree that this developer has really bent over backwards to create more parking and more spaces and a widening of a road. And so I just want to be very mindful that other places just get so fed up with, you know, saying no to homes, no to homes, no to homes. So now the state is taking over. The state has now said, housing is such an emergency. We're going to actually take away your whole right to a public hearing. And it's getting scary. It's getting to the point where this could be apartments without a public hearing at all. And so I just want to be very mindful of the state that we're in. And I know that, you know, commercial was very difficult because those houses went in there. So we want to be very mindful of that. I think we're going to have some really good neighbors if this is approved. And I just want to thank other people as well who wanted to welcome people in. And I think that there are people who want to welcome new people in. And I think it's going to be a good for ownership and just a place where we can welcome new people into Broomfield. And it's something in a place that we could probably see our grandkids move in after college, and we have to have that attainability. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Cohen.
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted just to briefly address while considering this proposal, I think this is the third significant infill project that's come to us in the last couple of years. And I've looked at the last two and considering the third, one we approved and one we rejected. The one we approved was the Grove, and it was an infill project because one reason we approved it was that it was multifamily in a single family neighborhood, but there was already a multifamily unit in the neighborhood that had crossed that barrier. It was next to a school, it was next to a park, so the impacts on the surrounding neighborhood wasn't as significant. The one we rejected was the farm at Westlake, which had density issues because it was surrounded by long-term, 40-year long-term single-family homes and larger lots. But the main problem with that development was that it had no access to an arterial and would have dumped substantial traffic into streets that had been dead ends or very slow residential streets for decades. And it would have had a significant impact on the neighborhood. So comparing that to this, some differences stand out. That This neighborhood has access to arterials in two places. Most of the traffic should go to the west and the south. The density is high, but it's in the buffer zone where we want it to be because it's got commercial on one side and single family on the other. It's sort of by design, the kind of buffers we want. So in that sense, it doesn't really rise to the same level as the other ones for rejection. I think there's some, appreciate the concerns the neighbors have brought to us. Been listening to that for a while, that perhaps there's ways to mitigate that. We can take some action to address the traffic speeds as best we can. Maybe we can work with Adams 12 to move the school bus stop to a safer location. I don't know, maybe you've already tried that, but maybe with the council's help, we can ask our school board members to revisit that. There's been talk about commercial, but as we've stated, the commercial would have increased traffic even more. We would have liked commercial, as Councilmember Delgadillo mentioned, for revenue, but without street-facing properties, I can't see businesses moving into that property, and that's been our experience for the last 20 years. I did want to note that two minor things. Residential is important to sense for Adams 12 also, because Adams 12 is projected to lose 2,000 students over the next 4 years. And that's what's leading to the up to 3 or 4 school closures. And obviously, I think this development will bring more kids and school kids into the Adams 12. And finally, these are the best prices I think we have seen in the time I've been on council from a project that's not Broomfield Housing Authority and subsidized by all of us. These are priced homes we do not ever get. And so it's really hard to say no to homes that have a 4 in front of them. Those just aren't getting built. They certainly aren't getting built in the rest of Ward 5 and Baseline, except for the affordable housing that's required. We know that's about to come. There's another workforce housing project that we think is coming to Baseline, and it's multifamily, high density. Density is the only way to get the prices down. And so I recognize the residents' concerns. I think we can mitigate them, but the pluses on this project are so substantially outweigh the concerns that I think we can overcome. And I think we as a council can pledge to pay very special attention to the issues you've raised, particularly in terms of safety. And I know Councilmember Henkel and I will certainly look into that and see what we can do to make sure your neighborhood stays safe. So I think it's a project that deserves to be approved.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Well, I would like to say, I mean, we don't do second round public comment. No, that's not how the hearing goes, sir. I'm sorry. I've been on council for 9 years, and the last time we had a for sale attached product was probably like 6 years ago. They're rare. They don't happen. That's why we have such a shortage. And so when these projects do finally come around, I think we need to welcome it because it is a missing piece of our housing inventory that we haven't seen because of construction litigation reform. We haven't seen any condos or townhomes in a decade. And so that piece, that missing middle is missing. And this fills that gap. These projects don't come along very often. So I understand the need for it. And I'm probably not going to have to vote on this, but I just wanted to put that my experience out there. This is something we should welcome. All right, so seeing no further discussion, we'll move forward to the vote on resolution number 2026-69. Council, please cast your vote electronically. Mayor Pro Tem Lynn, please state your vote verbally.
Yes.
Thank you. All council members have entered their vote, and the results will be displayed on the screen. That passes unanimously, 7-0. Thank you all very much, and thank you for your engagement. The next item of business for council's consideration this evening is Councilmember McKenzie's request for future action related to greenhouse gas emissions and environmental information and decision infrastructure. I'll give it a minute for everybody to clear out. Hold that thought. Get your stuff ready. Got your 5-minute presentation? Well, you it doesn't have to be I'm joking. I'm just so, where's your slide deck? Just kidding. We'll give it a second. Are you okay?
Oh, we're just talking about, I mean, whenever I get a cold and recover from a cold, I had a cold this weekend, I end up with bronchitis afterwards.
Do
So
you
I
have
just-
that now?
Yeah, so I just cough forever. I'm not.
Do you need hand sanitizer? Are you coughing on?
No, why not? Keep it there.
All right, well, now we're gonna move on to item 8A. The final item tonight is council's consideration of Council Member McKenzie's request for future action related to greenhouse gas emissions and environmental information in decision infrastructure. This is not a discussion on the topic, but instead an opportunity for council to provide staff direction on whether or not council desires to dedicate time and resources to this request. Councilmember McKenzie, you may now begin your 5-minute presentation.
Many thanks. Respectfully, no. I put it in the email and we've already discussed it, so I'm ready for a decision time.
I love your work. I love that. Okay, well then, we will have public comments if anyone wants to speak on this. Guess not. Questions from city council? Do y'all have any questions on this? We did discuss it. Any questions lingering? Councilmember Anderson.
Okay, I just have a question I would love to hear from like staff's expectation and where we're at and how much time this will take and is there something that needs to give to allow this to rise to the top? I would just love to hear a little thought from that side.
Appreciate the question, Councilmember Anderson. So staff is working in the safe parking request for future action. So that is in the works right now. We need to regroup with the multiple parties and departments to check time availability before we could give council a time frame on this.
Okay, and from like the how big of a lift perspective, is this like how significant amount of time will this take? Do we have an estimate? I think it's important. I just want to make sure that this is
No,
where
I
we
appreciate
keep
it very
coming to this point of too many requests and prioritizing.
While I appreciate the simplicity with which it was delivered, that it's going to be a high level and it shouldn't be highly complex. It will be. It's a paradigm shift for all of our departments. So incorporating that and getting the appropriate amount of structural feedback will require a multitude of conversations, which is one of the reasons combining it with the comprehensive plan. So really looking at the other community engagements internally and externally that we have available through our other initiatives, and then capitalizing on those conversations so it's not standalone greenhouse gas emissions, but how can we incorporate it in those other large categories so that we have intersectionality between the comprehensive plan, the strategic plan, and the budget. So the whole goal is to have alignment with each one of those.
Okay, so I'm hearing this is I know there's nothing concrete here and it would be a study session, and I guess I just want to make sure that that there's a limit on how much staff resources brought in before the study session comes forward when we further discuss it, and there's like several pieces and questions, and I just want to make sure that we all as a council understand what the staff limitations are. I'm good to move forward. I just want to keep it within a limit before we invest so much staff time before we even have that study session. That's my only concern. Other than that, I'm good to move forward. And that's not really clear. Sorry.
You want guardrails? Is that what you're saying?
Guardrails.
You want guardrails? We gotta have guardrails. I don't know. Let's go to Councilmember Cohen.
Thank you, Mayor. A couple of questions, and I don't know whether it's Councilmember McKenzie or staff, or maybe Mayor Pro Tem and Councilmember Anderson in their work. We can't be the first community to consider this. So have you, in your work or in your research, come across any other model communities who are already incorporating this into their planning or their reviews of greenhouse gas potential production from developments or projects?
No, but we will.
The same answer?
So my answer, yes, there are others, and which I put in the note, and I can provide references of other case studies and friends in my network. To Councilmember Anderson's point of the degree of complexity, I have colleagues who are modeling out the GHG emissions of not just the GDC building as an archetype, but what is, the 60 to 70% metals in this microphone, this gooseneck microphone, and all the components in a building, which is what I don't want to do, right? In terms of guardrails. For the last bit that we just noted, it's like this was supposed to be commercial. It will change the fiscal impact from positive to negative. What will happen to the sustainability piece? So in short, there are other examples, Boston, King County and Seattle. They wrote a blurb on maybe page 40 something of the GPC and the C40 and Madrid and stuff. So yes.
Considering process, and Councilmember Anderson asking in terms of how much energy we have to devote to this, and it's just a matter of prioritization of this council. If we want it, we can move it up high. But is it something that could be assigned by council to ACES to come back to us? It seems like that's partly their role or why they were set up in the first place. I think they're the ones who led us toward the actual goal setting. So would it make sense to go back to them and say, okay, you set a goal, now come back and review King County, review Boston, review maybe towns that are closer to our size and same resources. Here's some recommendations of how we, Broomfield, could responsibly and adequately review potential GHG impacts.
Absolutely.
Go ahead and we'll go back to, are you done?
Yeah, I mean, that was the question. I'm looking for a path forward that makes the most sense. And
Agreed.
it seems like ACES is sitting there with maybe their hands waving. I don't know.
All right. And then Sean, did you want to say something to answer? You're kind of the chair of your show.
Chair of ACES. Well, I was the chair of ACES. So yes, right. Like I think that they are sitting there with their hands waiting, and I think it's a great idea to pull in ACES. The intent of this really is this phrase, the paradigm shifting that's happening across the organization, right? If you think about the organization and how we process or the workflows that go on, what matters more to me and why I'm hesitant or cautious about outsourcing only to ACES versus embedding within the organizational DNA or fiber is because the latter has much more impact, because once you change that mental paradigm, you start thinking about your regular business as usual processes differently. And you start to think about, we're ordering dinner for council. Where does this rice come from? I mean, I'm taking it to the nth extreme, right? But you start to think about, okay, how can we order dinner more sustainably for council, or order gooseneck microphones, and in our procurement decisions and all the different other aspects that, live and breathe throughout the organization. So I wouldn't want to miss that ripple effect by just outsourcing it to ACES. They come back with something and we've lost the bigger catalyzing agent of getting the organization as a whole to embed sustainability into its fiber.
So I have one follow-up question. Since we are just starting a review on data centers, which are significant producers of GHG because they're 24/7, using water and energy, producing lots of heat, could this be incorporated into that 18-month review? Because you're going to come back with us with how do we review large data centers? And I imagine when you present it, Councilmember McKenzie is going to be here with his hand raised saying, and how about GHG?
I think that, so yes to both of you. I think ACES is a place to start for the research component. Fully understand that it is as I said before, it is a paradigm shift. That's what makes it bigger. The filter through which we begin to view is the value stream, the financial stream, and the filter through which we will begin to make decisions post 2027. So having them be our research base to begin these conversations and even tapping in to that during this 18-month review and taking some of that information and applying it to the data centers. I don't see any of this as a standalone. Again, and that's why it's so critical to have the alignment between the comprehensive plan, where we're going for the next 10 years, the strategic plan that will guide us and direct us over the next 3 to 5 years, and the short-term and long-term budget and that long-range financial plan. So to what degree are we able to, again, part of the conversation, the reason that it's a paradigm shift, which is different than the code discussion that we had, was having a reason for a project denial is very different than what we're talking about right now, going up to the 50,000 foot of each one of these elements from a development perspective, and not just development, but for paving the roads, for the GIS interlay. I mean, everything that we do should be in alignment with the strategic plan and the outcome based, along with the North Star, which is the comprehensive plan. So let's start with ACES to begin to build the base of knowledge and research and background, while we continue on the path of developing the 2027 budget, refining the long-range financial plan, and build that filter through which we will begin to say what are the GHG implications without saying a reason for denial.
All right. Councilmember Henkel.
That's what I was just about to say. I was listening to you and I was like, okay, well, I just don't want this to be a reason for denial. I do worry about businesses.
Yeah.
We're kind of shutting out businesses out of Colorado in general. We've lost 13,000 jobs out of the state of Colorado. Google, wants certain things in Colorado, and if they can't have it, they might move. We have real issues here in the state of Colorado with businesses being shunned or stopped or, and we just heard they couldn't move commercial. Yeah, we're over regulating. Yes, to the point where our restaurant owners are paying payroll taxes each week. I mean, I've had so many restaurant owners saying, I spend more time on my computer than I do with my staff anymore because of all these regulations that are coming down from the state. So I do have concerns with businesses. I just don't want it to be a point. And I already shared this with Councilmember McKenzie. He's brilliant. And I think we do need some overlay with GHG. But I do worry that we could be putting ourselves in a bind where we eventually just hate humans, right? Like we're getting to the point where our GHG goals are focused on ourselves. Like, why do we exist anymore, right? We're just putting a lot of GHG emissions in the air, just being humans, right? So I want to make sure that we aren't denying a place for childcare, for instance, because of our GHG goals aren't being met. But I don't think that that is the intention. I just think it's like the impact and the overall impact without getting into the minutia. I don't want to put this burden on companies to have to do this huge, GHG goal impact for us. And then it causes them not to want to do business here. We've already had that issue with housing, with sprinkler systems. We put sprinkler systems in single-family homes. And it's just, we're just kind of over-regulating to that point. So that's my only major concern. If we could do it in general terms, either with zoning or whatnot, I do worry that we have now added another layer of requirements on businesses, so.
So if council agrees, staff will go back to the summary that I provided, and that will be the direction we head in.
The ACEs. Okay, does-
Along with the other, I mean, again, the
I
whole
see
goal
ACEs
is
as the
incorporating it.
incubator. That's how I see it, right? We give them the idea, the concept, and they start working to flesh it out, and then we start the integration. I don't know. That's how Waste Hauler happened, right? That's how our goals were set. Incubation. So that's my take. Anyone else have any feedback? Mayor Pro Tem Lim?
Yes, I thought I heard City Manager Hoffman also say that she sees this as part of the comprehensive plan conversation. So, I mean, and then I would say that's how I see it too, that it needs to go, that with the comprehensive plan, this needs to be a 10-year plan. And certainly there's a sustainability section in this. So, and at some point, the comprehensive plan should look integrated between sections. So I'm seeing, this conversation to some degree as necessary in developing the comprehensive plan. Does that sound possible?
Well, we have our comprehensive plan champion sitting in the audience right now.
Only person in the
waiting
audience.
waiting for this conversation. I think that the ask is, and if I could put words into Ms. Merwin's mouth right now, is the plan and the schedule over the next year is pretty solidified with what those discussion items are. So Mayor Pro Tem allows staff to visit with Ms. Merwin and our comprehensive planning team to see to what degree, under what circumstances we would be able to include a specific GHG conversation. And are we doing that already and not calling it GHG conversation?
Okay, yep. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'd appreciate hearing that feedback from that conversation. Thanks.
Thank you.
Councilmember Doug Dio.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll round it out a little bit and say, yes, I'm in alignment with this. I think that using ACEs as our incubator makes a lot of sense. I agree with that. Seeing if we can round things out with the comprehensive plan, I think that's a great way to do it. And then in alignment with Councilmember Cohen and Councilmember Twist and I also discussed this separately. Incorporating this could be a really important thing with data center regulation for us. So really starting there as the main part, I think, for this. I think this is a great application for that. So yes.
All right, any other feedback from council? So we have a good consensus to start with ACEs? Objections? No? Okay. Is there any, so that's what we're gonna do.
Got it.
Okay, I was just like, it's so quiet now, there's nobody in here. So, all right then, is there any other business to come before the council from my colleagues or staff? Seeing none, the business meeting is adjourned. Good night.